80s. I was very fortunate in the early 80s where when I went to graduate school, we
Hello,
read
recording in.
we read books like Psychotherapy, The Hazardous Cure. So it was about therapy. It was not yet about biology. It was just about therapy, that you go into therapy. And Ashley and I have talked with this a lot, that, you know, when you go in for services of when you're suffering and you go in, you think your heart's going to be held, like someone's going to hold your heart, and 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 there's a time for us to start. And someone's going to hold your heart and you're going to be able to get better. So whatever suffering that you're having is going to go away. I think that still most people believe that. And, I remember in my graduate school when it talked about psychotherapy, the hazardous cure, that it talked about people got better on a waiting list. So that meant those expectations of hope that, our colleague Barry Duncan has done a lot of research on that, that just going in and having hope, it kind of loosened us up. We thought, oh, okay, I think that I have a leg up. I ride horses, and Megan knows what I'm talking about, that I have somebody that's going to put their hands underneath my knee and like help me up on the horse. So there's some type of certainty and some type of comfort, and the outcome is going to be positive. And we lost that. And so today we've lost it so much that sometimes I can't believe that it's real. And so I'm also, I think Ron, you were talking earlier, and Sally Ann, you were talking a little bit earlier. Some of us are a little bit um, older than other populations. And one of the things that I'm sure that the three of us saw was the inundation then of the genetic and the medical model. And so, in addition to individual therapy that said there was something wrong with you, or the way that you were thinking, in addition to family therapy, which was my first love, there was something wrong with your families. And then all of a sudden, we have this biological paradigm. And if you thought those were bad, this one you can't get out of. So this is a box that what I've heard over the years, because I guess, I call myself a person with lived experience, that I've lived this field, but I haven't actually had a lived experience, only because I never saw a therapist. I never had therapy. And at one point in time, you didn't have to be a clinician to be involved in therapy. And so people go in and they receive help. And what I have seen so much over the last 10 years, and it's probably been going on longer, but for me, it's kind of affected me the last 10 years, is that people come in and they have harm. Things have happened. And those voices of what happened to them becomes completely silent. And what overrides those voices is the pathology. And so in the early 80s, I was lucky enough, just fast forward, to study with a man named Harry Galushan. And this was at the Houston Galveston Institute. And he was an amazing man who, his last piece that he wrote was called The Diseasing of Mental Health. And I think that fits into so much work that people are doing, especially at this point in time. And I'm just going to kind of like single you out, Jonas, because that's where I kind of ran after you, is because I was like, someone's talking about this in similar words. And so I was able to very early on work in a clinic where we never put anybody to see a psychiatrist. Nobody saw a psychiatrist, only the people that had seen a psychiatrist before. And every new person that came in, regardless of diagnosis, whether it was some type of psychotic symptoms that they didn't want to live, maybe by eating or maybe by trying to actually take avenues to die faster, or whatever the case may be, we always talked in what we called common talk. We talked like I'm talking now. It wasn't about psychology. It was about, oh, Okay, so I remember this one beautiful woman that she was being molested, and she at school, I guess maybe the school counselor found out about it. She talked to the school counselor. She had a complete break in the office, and he took her away in a straitjacket in an ambulance, and all of her friends in high school were there watching. It was a very, so you don't know what was worse, the treatment, or was it the the initial things that were happening at the home. And I remember just talking to her and just having conversations as one person to another. She led the conversations. I didn't lead the conversations. And and she just started doing better despite me, despite, because at that point in time we weren't even doing collaborative work. We were doing a thing that we called brief strategic therapy. So it was like kind of a combination of Chiquin and MRI, the Palo Alto Institute. So it was like this feedback loop. So if we could get people to do the opposite, then they wouldn't have the symptoms anymore. So I, at one point in time, suggested she go into a 7-Eleven and act crazy so that she would no longer think she was crazy. Like such a therapist-led type of, but despite that, I must have had conversations with her that were real conversations, as genuine, caring, almost loving, intimate conversations, not in a sexual way at all, but as we care for one human being. And um, and she just flourished. And she eventually got married. And I remember I said, when she came in, I said, congratulations. And she said, you're the only person that has congratulated me. And I'm like, okay. And she was like, everybody thinks that I'm too ill, or that I'm not well enough yet to make those types of decisions. Eventually she went into the armed services. She used to write to me, and then, one day she didn't, because I'm not important in her life. Like I will have people come back because I've been in this business, this mission, there's all sorts of names for this, for about 43 years. Um, and so people will come, but they always are coming and telling success stories. And so well, almost 3 years ago, we decided to start doing these quarterly conferences for us to come together as clinicians, or people to come together with lived experiences. And what you'll hear today is some of the people that have had lived experiences that worked with us. That these people, they're well, we're all just precious. Their stories are priceless, because every story is that they no longer have a diagnosis at all. They no longer even define themselves as a diagnosis. They're not scared of themselves. Their family aren't scared of themselves. And they're, you know, Ashley and I talked about this a long time ago, but when we called it finding freedom. And so that's a little bit about why I have invited everybody today, why the attendees are here as well. And I hope that everybody is coming in, Margaret, because I can't see to admit people, and people will always come in at intervals. Like some of the people that are actually have things to talk about that are panelists, although we're all people just together, but there'll be some panelists that have contacted me that will be coming in at some point in time. And then there's some people that they're coming from different countries and they have to leave a little bit earlier. And so I thought that I would now, I know that we have a colleague here from India, and I think that you're still here, I hope. And I thought that maybe you could go first and maybe talk a little bit about what you would like to be able to share about your work. And I don't think that they are still here, but it's very late there, and so maybe they will be able to come back in. I have my phone here, so people are constantly texting me about things. So how about you, Chris? Would you like to go next? I think you're my longest friend and colleague and important person to me. I know that you are just in the midst of writing this amazing book, or just maybe just finished it. And I mean, like, the world is yours to talk about what is important to you.
Well, can you hear me?
Um,
Yeah. I'd love to hear what you have to say about the book.
No.
Yeah, I would.
Well, so I've been a colleague of Chris's since I think 2002, when, or a little bit after that. I moved to California in 2002 and was teaching at Loma Linda, and soon after that, well, in 2007, opened up our nonprofit, Now I See a Person Institute, that very much mirrors the work that we did at the Houston Galveston Institute at one point in time. And so when I met Chris, he had taken a smart car from Canada to Malibu. So we're all in this like camping area that actually has some rooms, that is a is a I think it's a Jewish camp for children, and so when off season they open it up to conferences and things like that. So I met this man that was just dynamic. And what were the books that you brought with you during that journey?
There's a set of 3 books that I had written, all around the concept of the gift, the idea of the gift, rather than a movement away from pathology, and to see rather the concept of the gift. And that's what my recent book has been, expanding upon that even more and following that.
And I know that, because all of us should be panelists here today, and maybe we all want to be, deciding on how we self-generate these gatherings. But one of the reasons I ran down Chris was the stories he had, of working with the indigenous populations and doing, this is going to be my words, okay, but doing therapy out of a smart car. I thought it was the most smartest thing to do, is to take populations that, working in a brick and mortar um, office setting, may not have been something that they would have benefited as much as going into a smart car and taking them. I don't know. I always had this vision that you guys were outdoors, and somehow nature was a part of this in the conversations.
I worked for almost 27 years with a they call it, is called Stehalis First Nation, and it's a First Nation with a lot of history, history that predates the white people that came here. And one of the things I found when I was working with this population, particularly with the children, I realized that in our counseling ways, we're expected to sit opposite each other and look at each other. And I realized there's a long colonial history of demanding eye contact and of certain power over that comes with eye contact. So I shifted my work, and instead we went for drives together and walks together, and we did our talking in the car and walks. And I also I'm a family therapist, so I spent a lot of time with the families as well. And when you're working with indigenous communities, almost everyone is family. Everyone's related to everybody. So that was kind of what I did when I was working with those people. I was doing other work at the same time, but that was one big part of it, and it had a huge effect on my life and work. And the concept of the gift was really important with the indigenous communities, particularly in 2 elements. The land gives gifts, but also the children come bearing gifts. And it's our duty to help them come to life, and to be able to see what those gifts are and how they fit within the world. And it dawned on me early on that there was absolutely no need for any sense of pathology, any sense of a problem to fix. Rather, we enter these conversations and these beautiful gifts come to light. And that work affected me a lot. But I also have done some teaching, and I want to acknowledge one of my students here, one of my past students, Megan. Hello, Megan. It's good to see you. And I connected Megan up with Susan, and she's been connected ever since. So that was a good thing. I also want to say that I currently live and work on the territory of the Syilx people, the unceded territory of the Syilx people, also known as the Okanagan people. I live in the city of Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada now. That's the colonial way to talk about it. And I also want to add that I'm dealing with an illness, and it's a fatal illness. I've got kidney disease, and I'm not eligible for a transplant. Because of this, I will only be able to be on here for a certain length of time today. And what happens with kidney disease is you get swept with exhaustion. And so I'll have to bow out at some point. But I was very eager to be here for some of this. I wanted to honor the effort that Susan and her colleagues are making. And I am delighted to see this. Particularly, I'm delighted to see this happening in the United States of America, because for many of us, we're kind of losing faith in that part of the world. So to see something beautiful emerging in your country, Susan, what you're doing is really important, and we're grateful for it.
I think that thank you so much. I think the importance lies with us coming together. And, I know that Ron and both Jonas knows that I've talked with them about this before, because I guess that, for a long period of time, I was associated with organizations that I had known forever. And once I started kind of going beyond those organizations, there were so many people that were doing such similar work that I had been doing myself. And these people had been doing this work for extremely long periods of time. And so, I think with that, if it's okay, if I would ask Ron for you to say a little bit about that, because I know that your work has been going on for a while, that you have written a book on your work, and almost similar in some ways to Chris's book. And I had talked with you about how important that I think it is for us to join a community, even though we have our own set communities. How do we join as a community that can somehow, as my husband was saying this morning, what is this going to do, right? And I said, for me, if just one person hears something differently, if especially clinicians and practitioners can hear something differently, because they don't get any of this in graduate school anymore. So,
No.
Ron, would you like to introduce yourself and what you do?
Sure, thank you. Can you all hear me? I have a tendency to drift into talking softly, so just yell at me or whatever. There's so much to say, and I've been doing this work on myself and for others for it's close to 60 years now. And I've met some remarkable people, and I was really glad to meet Susan. I forget how we met, but I looked at the work that you were doing with I see you as a person. And it's the first time really in all the work that I've been doing that I felt connected. And yeah, there's somebody else doing the kinds of therapy and the work that I've been doing. And we're anyway, let me, I've got a little bit sidetracked because I got the times mixed up and I was here earlier. And so I had time on my hands. So I was watching some TV. And of course, the commercial, got me stirred up because it was, I think it was Invexia or something like that. It's the new drug to fight tardive dyskinesia and all the side effects. And um, it just makes me wild to watch it. Now you can take your drugs and not worry about having spasms and all the different kinds of things. So, having done this work for a long time, I have a lot to say, and I'm trying to put out what I'm most recently doing. And I'd like to talk about SAFE, which is Survivors and Families Empowered, which started 2 years ago, but really started 50 years ago, which was the impact of families and how it got perverted into NAMI, the National Alliance for Mentally Ill. So we've been, a bunch of us are volunteers, the steering committee. We put up a website and we just in the last, we've been meeting regularly for close to 3 years developing this project. And it started as a pilot and it was to educate family members to work with survivors and co-facilitating a support group, an education group, a support group to look at the misinformation. And these are families that have felt like they have no option to work, except, a lot of them, a lot of people who have reached out had gone to NAMI and some of them said that they ran out pulling their hair out by, the what NAMI was saying, you need to take your medication, you'll always be sick, whatever. So I started thinking about working with families in this way in 2000. But when I went back to school for my PhD, I specialized in families, and I've probably read some of the same things that Susan has read and some of you have read, and the forefathers and mothers of developing the attitude of family therapists in working with people. And it's still continuing with the work of the open dialogue. But let me say to you, Chris, that I worked walking around with people, whatever was needed. When I first started working as a therapist, I was so ignorant because, I had my intuition, and my intuition was developed from my 2 stints in a mental hospital, not as a worker, but as a paranoid schizophrenia was my diagnosis. And I received horrible treatment. And the one thing that I remember really clearly was when my spirit was broken and I thought it would never come back. And that I was given large doses of Thorazine and Artane, and I was still rebellious. I was saying, you can't do this to me. I'll sue. I would pound on the doors. I was a disruption. Um, and finally, my mother came in one day, and I was just yelling, "Get me out of here! Do something. Don't make me stay here." And she said, "I have good news for you." I said, "Really?" And I assumed that I was getting out. She said, "You've had all the physical tests. You're in good health, and they're going to start a new treatment for you." And I was still yelling, "Get me out of here!" The new treatment was insulin coma therapies. So for 8 weeks, every day, except on the weekends, I would be put into a coma, which is the worst experience that I can imagine. It was torture, but it changed my life in the sense of I never again could think of myself as the comic book hero who would never be broken under torture. I was broken. I lost my memory. I um, I was a vegetable for a year. And then in the second year after I was out, I started to try and understand my experience. And my family, who lived in my mother and father lived in a three-room apartment, let me sleep on the couch. And that's all I did for a year. I just sleep on the couch. And I remember the TV was um, within my view. And I used to watch these three comedy shows. I'm trying to remember McHale's Navy. And that was what I'd look forward to during the day. That after the second year, when I was trying to do different things and recover, I wound up having a job working for the welfare board in Newark, New Jersey, inner city. And I started to get my vitality back and my energy back. And one of the worst things I heard from my therapist, who I went to see twice a week, um, I saw her for about 2 years. And at the point that I was getting better, I said, how would I know if I was not going to be schizophrenic, have another episode? And she said, when you feel too good. And that haunted me, the idea that I couldn't feel good. This is what my therapist, who was psychoanalytic, this is back in 1966. Um, we didn't have a lot of things that we have now, but skipping ahead, I would just say we're probably worse now because when I was seeing the psychiatrist, I said I wanted to get off medication. He said, sure, try it out, because it wasn't that hallowed ground medication. It wasn't everything at that time. So pick up my story. Um, After I started feeling better, I had a job. I had an internship in psychology. I worked in a mental hospital for 6 months in my internship. My second 6 months, I worked in a maximum security prison. I learned a lot, and I started to feel my own energy and vitality. And that's when I was hospitalized again. There's a lot of story behind that, but um, spent another 6, 7 months in a county mental hospital, locked up in different ways and on high doses of medication. And when I got out, I again lost a lot of my feelings, my energy, and I was on heavy doses of medication. Anyway, picking up the story, I got better in the next 3 years. And I wouldn't have if it wasn't for my family not pressuring me to do anything, allowing me to just sleep on the couch. They didn't expect this. They thought before all this happened, doctors were royalty. You know, they just, you have something wrong with you, go to the doctor. Well, they were disavowed of that by seeing what happened to me and um, when I got out. I returned to university, got my PhD in psychology, got an internship, got licensed, and wound up um, seeing that the work that I was doing was not the work that other people were doing. And during that whole period of time, I didn't tell anybody. I hid my background. Only the people that knew me at the time when I was growing up knew about it. And then I had this burning desire to share what happened to me, and it just haunted me. And I didn't know anybody else who had this experience. I mean, I didn't hang out with people who were coming out of a hospital experience. I thought I was alone. And Anyway, I was lucky and I met a woman at a meeting who was my mentor. Her name was Ray Unziger. And she mentored me. She lived in the same, not far from where I lived. And I knew nothing, absolutely nothing about, there was a parallel movement going on, which was ex-mental patients who were fighting for their rights. They started meeting in self-help groups. She tutored me. I had a 4-year-old son at the time, and we used to drive down together. Uh, and she would call herself Auntie Ray to him. And every time I left, she loaded me up with books to read. She called it fugitive literature, the stuff that didn't make it into the mainstream. And then I met the people who were activists. It changed my life. And that's when I became open about my background. This was around 1974. And since that time, I've worked as an activist. I just have to tell you one thing that I saw today. It drives me wild when um, we see the commercials on television for all these drugs, all these diseases. Um, and I looked up when uh, drugs, psychiatric drugs and other drugs were able to advertise on TV because I remember a time where they couldn't advertise liquor or drugs. It was 1997. And it just was reflective of the corruption and the favoritism with money that was in the system in the United States forever. Worse today, but it was forever there. I don't know how familiar you are with the Tardive conditions. And I just want to read a few things about that I wrote up. Um, And it was, I met this woman at a conference, the National Association of Rights Protection and Advocacy Conference. And she was in a wheelchair and she stood up at the meeting and she made me cry when she started talking. She said that you don't see us at these meetings. You don't see us because we're embarrassed. We don't belong in the movement. We're not embraced. And let me she started the Tardive Dyskinesia Dystonia Association, and we wrote up a couple of things together. At the time, I was under contract from the uh, New York Department of Mental Health, and I wanted to have her bring what she knew into this. She used to get letters like this. The worst thing for me is people looking at me on the bus, laughing out and pointing. And that is from Survivor in the state of Washington. The Twitch machine has a clear message. Psychiatric drugs can cause unending pain. Another Washington survivor. I think that was her, that last one. Why wasn't I told about the risk before? This is the most frequently asked question to TD Association. Though the new medicine has given me emotional peace, it has left me with a maimed and transfigured body from New Mexico. Um, I won't read more, but I just put in my book a series of quotes of what happens to people and how it's not acknowledged. And these are the unseen people. They bite their tongues, because of the dyskinesia. They have if you go to backwards in any of the mental hospitals, you'll see them. They're rocking back and forth, and their tongues thrust out, and their arms flutter. Um, and now we have this stupid drug that says that it can control it. So keep taking your medication. Which anyway, uh, quickly, because I don't want to take up too much time.
We have time. So
Okay. So in 2000, I was part of what was called INTAR, which was an international association for recoveries and rights. And we had a number of meetings. And one of the meetings was, I forget which one it was, around 2000. Some of us were asked to write for the group. And I wrote about families and the misinformation that was going out about these early interventions with families and just, a version of the medical model that was getting popular. And I wrote it with two social workers, one from Canada and one from the United States, that had, one of them had a grown son who had schizophrenia, and she was pretty active in supporting INTAR. And at that time, I wrote that paper with him. I was the lead author on the paper, and it just nothing much happened. It was part of the discussion at our group meeting. But about 4 years ago, 3, 4 years ago, I had the idea that families are the most important thing that we have. And there's a lot of loving families around. What gets more attention is the abusive families. Uh, but there are loving families that address a crisis within the family, whether it's the adult or the youngster or at all different ages. And they almost immediately go to their family physician and they're going to get pills or a referral to a psychiatrist where they're going to get pills, which creates the entrance into the mental health system, which is virtually what a struggle it is to pull yourself out of that. And so, on the basis of thinking about those things, I wrote an article for Mad in America, and I got a response where a number of people said, can I join and do this? So, we started working on training co facilitators, sometimes husband and wife, family members with psychiatric survivors, so that they would go into their communities and create these support groups where they could share their lived experience and also look at the misinformation and what's available. And we're in the process of doing it. We're looking at it as a pilot project right now. And we also did a survey for people which asked the questions, what did you find helpful? What did you find harmful? What were you looking for that wasn't there? And how do you define crisis? And we got about 170 responses. And there were two researchers who were part of our steering committee, um, really good researchers who analyzed the results. Um, and we published that on our website. And we also are in the process of looking at finding resources for the people who have started groups. We've got two groups in Ohio now that have started. We have one in St. Louis that's started, one in Rochester, New York, and we have three groups in California that are on the precipice of starting. We just finished our 2-day training for that group of people, and one in San Diego, one in Ventura, and one in San Francisco. So this is my last project. I've worked on a lot of them, and if you're interested, you can find all the work where it is, and we update it all the time now. We have articles on informed choice. One of my favorite articles that we have on there is my former mentor, Ray Unziger, which is a extended poem of what it means to be a mental patient, which became kind of a classic poem at NARPA, National Association of Rights Protection and Advocacy. The website is SAFE, and that stands for Survivors and Families Empowered. It's pretty easy to find. And we've got a lot of articles. We've got what we're doing on there, our mission, our white paper. And this is what I'll be doing for the next, for however long. Just let me say one last thing. I am so lucky. I've met the most remarkable people that I ever could have conceived of meeting. People who have good values, are angry about what has happened to people who are fighting for rights, brilliant people. Unfortunately, a number of my good friends have passed, not early. One story about a protest I was at in Montreal with Don Weitz, who, unless you have been doing this work, you wouldn't have known his name. And he passed away a couple of years ago in his 90s. And we were at the protest, and he had a bullhorn. I was walking with him um, because he had had insulin shock therapy too. We had an instant camaraderie because there wasn't a lot of us around. And he was yelling in the bullhorn, and he turned to me and he said, "I live for this." He was about 90 at that time, and one of my heroes. Thanks for listening to me. I could go on and on.
So in a little while, what's going to happen is that we're going to have a few people with lived experiences come on, and then we're going to open it up back up to the panelists. So we still would love to absolutely hear from you. And there's no order that I'm going into, but I'm just going to go ahead and invite Rod in because he just got back from Brazil. And I think it was very important what you were talking about, or someone was talking about recently, because I've got so much going through my mind at this point in time, but about informed consent, because someone brought, I think it was you, Ron, that brought that up, that people have no idea that they're going to get tardive dyskinesia. You know, one of the things when I was a young clinician, again before the biology model, but I was working in a community, I think they called them mental health, mental retardation. And it was during my internship. And there was a woman there that was catatonic. So you will remember this, right? The catatonic people that we saw. It was a woman that was forced to go live with her children. She was estranged from her daughter. I don't know, she was probably in her 80s. And all of a sudden, she's forced to live with the daughter, becomes catatonic, and I start talking with her. And so this is before I even trained at the Institute or anything. And so I just started talking to her as if she was my grandmother. You know, like my grandma this would have been so tough on her. And I'm doing family therapy on the side with his daughter and husband, just talking about how difficult this is for them. But this is a voiceless woman, you know, just completely voiceless. And so every time she comes in, I'm having these intimate conversations with her, but she's not talking back. But for me, they're intimate conversations. I'm not afraid that she's not talking. I'm not wanting her to talk. I'm just sad that she has this suffering. And one day she just started talking to me. And so the whole clinic was astounded, right? So what happened? And I'm my early 20s, and I'm kind of surprised that they're astounded, and I'm kind of feel like I'm a fish out of water just being there anyways. But the staff had names for the people that had tardive dyskinesia. That's how removed they were. You know, usually we title these gatherings, humanizing ourselves for the other. We left that out on this flyer. But I mean, like, they weren't real people. It was horrifying. And just so to hear those quotes from the people that you were talking about, of people making fun of them. Yeah, this is one of those visible suffering that comes about from the treatment that people are receiving. So I just wanted to kind of
Just a brief anecdote, if you know, for those of you who don't know the story of Janet Frame, who is the most famous author in New Zealand, they have a library of her books. Do you know her saying, Sally? It's she was destined or about to have a lobotomy. She was in a mental hospital, and her book of poetry had just won an award, so they didn't do the lobotomy. Um, she's got some wonderful books that have been made into movies, and one of the sayings that the four most dangerous words in the English language is for your own good. That's all I wanted to say.
So Rod, thank you for being here. I bet that you're a bit jet lagged, 'cause I think you are back in the US, and I appreciate you coming. But would you like to address any of these themes that we were just talking about? Also, for anyone who just arrived, we are recording this so that we can help others that aren't here today learn about a little bit more about why we're here, why we're doing this. Also, I think that a lot of people got this in their spam box, the Zoom link, and we'll try to make it different the next time. But go ahead. But Rod, are you with us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm still in Brazil. I just got back to the place where.
Open the Google Home app to reconnect to Wi-Fi.
Okay, was that me?
No, that was my Alexa. Sorry.
I'm not sure if my Google was still on because I just drove in. So you guys are talking about informed consent, and yeah, we spoke about it before, right? How people have no clue on what is that the traditional treatments that are offered, and all fairness, if you know something and you want to take, nevertheless, power to you. But we do know for a fact that informed consents are actually not performed, and they are a very simple solution for this matter, right? To say, hey, so because one thing that happens in clinical practice, because we cannot forget what we're up against, and actually this topic has been taking much more of my thoughts lately, is that how can we make a case about the excesses in a way that is more attractive, more sexy than the idea that everything that is wrong about you is because of a diagnosis and a disease in your brain. And it's no longer your responsibility to address it. The responsibilities of your shrink and of the pills he's going to prescribe. That's too sexy. That's too attractive for people. Never mind that the results are very modest. I think it feeds itself of our weaknesses. It feeds itself of our willingness to be taken care of and be made a passive bystander of our own lives, I guess. On the other hand, what we are trying to say here is, you can be whoever you are and you can live your life the way you find suitable. But that comes with a fair amount of responsibility. Now it's your decisions and it's your doing and it's on you. And I think that's why we take a beating in that sense, right? That's why from a I'm going to use a word here, publicity perspective, what we have to sell, it's less attractive than traditional psychiatry, what traditional psychiatry sells. And from a one-to-one perspective, it's different, right? When someone enters my office, then I say, all right, let's do a traditional psychiatric assessment here. And then I move towards the bits that I believe are relevant when it comes to a contextual diagnosis, if you will. Like, okay, you're feeling miserable. Let's figure why. What about your life, right? Because, of course, we don't buy into the brain disease bits. And at the end of it, I'll say, oh, okay, good. Because usually in psychiatry, you know, as we say, the career of psychiatric patient usually only starts, you know, it never ends. Once you enter that world, you're going to be a patient for good. It's very unlikely that people are discharged, right? There's always something wrong with someone, you know, so you keep coming. So I'm inheriting all these cases, and then you say, well, let's review the side effects of your medications. And then you have all kinds of reactions. You know, the most frequent reaction is like, oh, really? Like I was never told that Seroquel could cause tardive dyskinesia. I was never told antidepressants can cause diabetes. My grandma, my aunt, my neighbor has diabetes and he lost his toes, and I don't want that for me. And I never knew that Benadryl or I'm blanking the other one, can cause dementia. There's increases up to 50% your risk of developing dementia than anticholinergics, which is also true for a bunch of antipsychotics, right? Most patients will say that. Most patients will say that. And they're specific, and I know this may come across as if I was profiling patients, which is quite antagonistic of what we like to do here, but there are specific cultural groups that are more susceptible to the you know, propaganda, if you will, or advertising. So as I always say, you know, the American Caucasian is the main target of all ideological and commercial advertising, for a simple reason that they have been paying the bill for a long time. There's ethnical groups or cultural groups that will get those informations and say, and run with it, right? And say, okay, let's start a taper. How do we get rid of it? What alternatives there are, you know, what may happen to me when I start tapering these medications. And usually the answer is, well, you're going to get back to have an emotional life. And, you know, you may not like some bits of it, but it's there for a reason. And then, of course, you have people that will say, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about the side effects. Dr. Nari, can you please stop saying these things? I have heard that. And I honestly don't know what to do with that. But and that's not an individual level, right? You can make a dent. But when it comes to a wider view of what we hope to do, it's much more difficult. There are no simple ideas that you can put on an ad or easy to understand things in a book or maybe on a Instagram reel, where you try to explain that, hey, we're talking about human experience. There is no freaking chance this is simple. And here's a few of the complexities about the human experience. And let's take, for example, the assumption that your emotions are sitting there for a reason, and that your emotions are a way to connect you with your reality. And that usually seems to be too much for people to listen and understand and follow through, compared to say, oh, you have ADHD, because everybody has now, right? Everybody does have ADHD. And it's a very sexy and attractive thing, and it's hard to beat it. It took 3 low-quality papers claiming there is adult onset ADHD, whatever ADHD is in the first place, for the internet to be completely taken by reels, very cute reels, where people say, oh, you know, this is my ADHD, or, oh, now I know why. Anything and everything can be attributed to that thing. And of course, the treatment is a drug that gives you, and we don't know how the brain works, but the little bit we know about how the brain works, every time you're achieving either relief or gratification, the little we know is it has something to do with, let's say the underlying mechanism will be a dopamine release. We don't need that to explain reality, but that's the little bit we know about it. Now I flood your system with dopamine, with an analog of cocaine. And all of a sudden your satisfactions and your search for gratification, which is what makes us human beings and also what makes us amazing and also what makes us unbearable. Our search for gratification makes us nearly impossible to be around frequently. You know, when someone says, oh, this guy's ego, we're talking about his search for gratification, you know, for love, for all the things that he feels or she feels she needs. But now I give you a drug that suppresses that, because once I flood your system with the very neurotransmitter that is associated with that, if you play a video game, if you kiss someone, if you flirt with someone, or if you go to the gym, or if you watch a nice movie, or if you sit and listen to a teacher talk for 2 hours, everything has the same taste, right? Because it broke the connection between your emotional life and the reality. So then, of course, that is amazingly attractive, and people go for it, right? And now they experience this emotional flattening that allows them to become much more compliant with reality. It is a compliance drug, after all. And then we go about trying to say, well, you know, there's consequences of it, and it could very well be suppressing you for who you are and your dreams and your search for meaning and all that jazz, and, you know, your time on earth, whatever you believe. And, you know, as you guys can tell, I've been feeling a bit despondent in that regard, because it's hard to beat. You know, it's hard to beat this thing where we say, hey, but you know, you're a person, you're a human being, and I want to, you know, let's exist here. So when you get to, you know, share the side effects, and many of them are hidden, as we have Jim here, you know, he has a firsthand experience with it, and on how the system is designed to hide the long-term consequences of things, or short-term, even like side effects of medications. Even the little we know seems to be sufficient for most of us on an individual level. But when it comes to sell those ideas, you know, to larger groups, as in a counter-cultural movement, if you will, then I feel we take a beating. You know, we don't have the appeal that those ideas have on our side, and we don't have all the machinery, all the publicity and all the machinery behind those highly profitable ideas, you know. So ask your doctor if Adderall is right for you, you know. But we don't have anything saying, you know, probably Adderall is not right for you, or you could use drugs in a smarter way, if you will, because that would, of course, set the financial background of this thing, you know, underlying mechanisms. But yeah, we don't do in the field. We don't do the opposite. I think I sent you, Susan. I found in the place at my place of employment. I found a book. I don't remember the title. I don't know if you still have the snapshot I sent you, but basically it was what to tell patients to ensure compliance. What is it? Let me see if I can find that damn thing. Do you still have, Susan?
Pardon me?
Do you still have a picture of the cover of a book that I sent you?
There is so much on my desktop that you would not want to look at it. But
wait. I think it's worth just to say the name of the book is going to make everybody laugh. Where? Here. Improving medication adherence, how to talk with patients about their medication. Sean Christopher something, MD. There you have it. How to talk to them so they take their damn pills.
And if you don't mind, I'm just going to interject for a second, but you know, your voice is so needed because you know I think that I've told you this. I know I texted you this recently, but the people that we work with, one of the reasons why I think it's so much easier is that I can say, and I think Mad in America has done a tremendous job because I've met a lot of you on Mad in America through your work. But I can say, you know, someone might come to me and say, you know, my psychiatrist is doing this and that, and I heard this and that. I can say, you know, I know people are doing something different, and they can see your reels, they can read your work. And I don't think that it ever quite makes it to you, because I think by that time they have decided that they have that option to go into a different direction. And once they have that option to a different direction, they choose it. And so I know that the people, especially, you know, within the last year or two, that we talk about them perhaps making these choices. You see, the people that come to me, they don't want to be on medication. Like everything else is kind of not went well. And so I'm not working with people that are just calling up and saying, can I have therapy for my son or my daughter? They're not doing well in school, or my husband's having, or wife, you know, has lost their job, or whatever the case may be. They're coming for a particular reason. So it makes it so much easier when they're coming for a particular reason, and maybe they need that information, like your information, because it is so vital what you talk about, because nobody gets to talk to. I don't think anybody on here, even if they had a lived experience or not, they've ever talked to a psychiatrist in practice that have said the things that you're saying. And so, you know, I've talked about how do we help, you know, again, we talked at the very beginning that this is a community, not just the people that are the panelists, but also the people with lived experiences, or the people that are clinicians or coaches or whatever, other psychiatrists, whatever brings them and their interest. And so, you know, I just think there is so much necessity for what you do, and for people to like just hear what you're just saying today.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But I know if I was in a clinic or something, that it would be much different, because you're almost trying to sell people on something that they're not coming in to even investigate.
Yeah, I'm particularly lucky from a professional perspective, because when I interviewed for my current job, the CEO, the guy, he was actually the COO. He is a social worker, and on his back in the day when he was working as a therapist, he saw some people that were admitted to our most popular psychiatric hospital in Rhode Island, and left there to go to this, I think it was the Vermont program with Sandy. And he saw people coming back from that, or was somewhere, and saying like, whoa, yeah, wow, those days were crazy. And until then, he only had heard of the Soteria House through publications, right? Because it's the other side of the country. So he saw it. So he saw, and when I went for interviewing with this job, I was working in a place in Massachusetts, which is pretty difficult place to work as a shrink, unless you really don't give a damn. And I said, well, I have a good gig and I'm paying my bills, but I have no job satisfaction because I was working for this big network of clinics. I was also a director, and they were like a money-making machine. And you know, the latest holy grail is what they're going to go for. And by then was the TMS. So somehow TMS is going to make you less miserable, right? So you're going to be popping electromagnetic things in a specific bit of your brain, because that's why you're sad. It has nothing to do with your life being just crap. And so I said, well, I'm going to go for this interview and I'm going to completely be myself in the interview. And I went for it. And I was lucky enough that all those folks had actually, you know, seen these things. And of course, there was some resistance. I still face a lot of resistance, as you can imagine. But I keep preparing these presentations for them, showing non-finance data or non-pharma finance data. And every time I do, then it's like, you know, I have, especially from the PCPs, because they start medication for everyone that comes tearful to the clinic, no matter the circumstances. So I was very lucky in that sense, and I get to practice a very different type of psychiatry these days. But translating that into a thing, as opposed to being like an individual, you know, approach, or everyone that enters my office is going to go through this thing and have, you know, a fighting chance against long-term effects of meds, for example. Trying to convert this approach into a market appeasing thing, it's nearly impossible because of the complexity with it, right? People will say, well, Dr. Nardi doesn't like meds. So that's not it. It's like, Dr. Nardi doesn't like drugs. No, I like drugs, dude. You know, I have nothing against drugs. Go for the drugs, you know, but just remember to treat them as drugs, right? The science does not support chronic use of anything, unless you don't like it, right? Because if you don't like the effect of a drug and you take it every day, the benefit is going to go away if you have ever experienced any benefit. Goes for pot, goes for alcohol, nicotine, and also for anything else that can come from a prescription. But the complexities of what we do, the fact that we embrace complexity already puts us one step away from marketable ideas, right? Because to market an idea, it has to be oversimplistic. And you know, and the kinds of that goes part of the tide that we're fighting.
So, you know, I'm gonna just stop you right there. And I was thinking, Jonas, what, you know, I was just gonna introduce you just because, not that I didn't want to introduce you before, but I think about they weren't flyers, but they were the pieces that you gave us the last time, talking about working with the clients and helping the parents to become less ambitious, and the other one that talked about party and celebrating different types of things. And so this just kind of seemed like a logical jump. Could you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what you're doing? And you're on mute. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. Thank you.
So I'm guessing, can you hear me now?
Yes. Mhm.
Marvelous, marvelous. Well, I'm so grateful to be here, just making tons of notes, because as I think that everyone up until this point have said, meeting others who think like you do and work like you do, it's just like finding, you know, that long lost drink of water in a desert, because that's how I felt for the longest time. I started studying psychology in 2013 and finished my studies in 2018. And I wasn't really naive towards psychiatry because I'd been working in a social psychiatric institution, and I'd already been, you know, exposed to how young people with schizophrenia diagnoses were mistreated and drugged beyond belief and just not functioning. So I was skeptical of psychiatry. but I took a job working within psychiatry, which could have been, my bid for a bit of sabotage, but it wasn't anything nearly as heroic as that. It's just that I took the first job that I was offered, which happened to be in the Danish psychiatric system. And I figured, well, at least I get to see if it's as bad as I'm thinking it is. And 2 years later, I left again, thinking it's way worse than I could ever have imagined. And there are many reasons for this, because so I think, Rodrigo, you were talking about like the evidence doesn't really support, especially not long-term use of drugs, but often also there's just sparse evidence for short-term use of these drugs. So why do we do it? We've had all the evidence we need to prove that psychiatry doesn't work for a long time. And like me at my most naive was me leaving psychiatry thinking that it would matter that I mean the critics, that we were right. I thought that it would matter, just a tiny bit that we're actually right in our criticism. But what I learned was that doesn't really matter that much. So in Denmark, we've got this famous critic of psychiatry called Peter Goetsche. He's written a few things for Madden in America as well, and he was with the Cochrane Institute until he was kicked out of that in something of a farce. But he's been proving time and time again that their treatments do not work, and still psychiatry remains and persists. So what I'm thinking and what I'm working on in my books and in my talks and in my activism is changing discourse, because the power of discourse is stronger than both the power of capitalism and the power of psychiatry. But discourses move slowly. But you gotta offer the people out there, everyone, you gotta offer them a language in which to understand themselves, in which to understand what's going on. Otherwise, they won't support what you're trying to accomplish. And one of the words that I've been offering people lately is that we need rehumanizing. So rehumanizing is something of an amazing concept, I think, because it entails that someone has been dehumanized, and that's exactly what psychiatry does. Not out of malice, at least not always out of malice, but like you're dehumanized as a patient, and your so-called symptoms are just a technicalization of your distress, of your suffering, of your anguish, of your struggles. And when you say that we need rehumanizing, you're pointing out that someone has been dehumanized. So rehumanizing is any and all processes that diminishes relational distance. I'm throwing a lot of concepts at you here, but that's what I do. I go home into what I call my bat cave. I think a lot of thoughts, and then I write and speak about it. But I just want to say one more thing, which is this concept, relational distance. Okay, so when you are a lived experience expert, or you're just a professional or whatever, when you want to help other people, when that other person you're trying to help is a stranger, there's an inherent relational distance between you and that other person. Now, your job is to get as close to that other person as possible, as that person will allow you to. That requires nurture, that requires care, that requires love, which is a very unprofessional word to fling out in a professional's. I actually wrote an essay called "Why I Love My Patients" while I worked in psychiatry, and that was met with a lot of awkward shrugs from my colleagues, because they couldn't outright say that I was being lame. So they just let the silence talk for them, which was amazing. But so the relational distance between a psychiatrist and a patient is immense. The psychiatrist is way up there in the ivory tower, even though they're sitting right in front of them. And the patient has zero rights and zero opportunities to object to anything. Now, the job of the psychiatrist is not to close that relational distance. The job of the psychiatrist is to tell the person who is suffering why they're suffering and what should be done about it. So closing relational distance is the objective in care work from my point of view. What has happened with psychiatry in unison with the medical industries is that relational distance has increased catastrophically. relational distances are so huge now that it's not just psychiatrists, it's not just psychologists. Some of the people that I depress the most, and I do go out and depress people, and I'm sorry I do that, but some of the people that I depress the most are the caseworkers working within the municipal systems. So the people who assign benefits or take away benefits from people who suffer. They've become such a technical part of an overtly technical system that most of them suffer severe burnout within a few years. Because when I talk to them, it's to make them depressed, but they become depressed and maybe they'll make better life choices. Because what I remind them is, how many times a day do you sit across from someone where you've actually got the opportunity to care for them, to feel them, to close that gap, reach them? Like, well, I've got like 10 minutes with this person and I got to decide their entire future economically. Oh. So like rehumanizing and also in that I've talked to you, Susan, and Ashley as well about psychiatrization, which is my current project, which is gathering voices, both lived experience, artistic experiences, expressions, and professionals. We're writing an anthology called Psychiatrization, because I think that resistance is the only way towards rehumanizing. We cannot ask psychiatry to change. That's never going to happen. So we have to adamantly keep saying what's true and offering that truth up to people and tell them where to go to support and meet others who feel that way.
I like that, Jonas. I have to say, I hope I'm not muted, am I?
No, we can hear you.
I like what you're saying. One thing that I have always in the back of my mind, eating my brain, is the fact that for our message, and again, I'm talking about publicity. I know it's sounding weird. But for our message to make a lot of sense to people, they have to have been heard already. Preemptively. And that's where, if you take politics, for example, the right marketing team can make any crook look like a hero for an election, right? And I keep wondering, of course, that costs money, but I keep wondering when someone with that level of genius is going to join the let's call it critical. Let's appropriate from that term, even though I have my reservations with it. Critical psychiatry. When someone with that type of genius is going to join us and be able to convey a message that will have people listen before the damage is done, before they have been dehumanized, before they have been submitted to a very enticing medicalization of their experience. I have you have someone who's a widow or a man with a broken heart because of love, or any person going through a whole lot of pain. And it turns out pain's part of life. And life is just a bit of everything. And it's probably why it's so amazing. But in that very moment, where someone is holding tight to, here's an example. Do we prefer change or we prefer pain? Right? We all prefer pain, and we make that decision on a daily basis, right? Because change is a scary bit, and that's what we work on. But so we choose pain over change anytime. But then comes this overwhelming pain, and people come and they say, well, I'm suffering. And, we can't really summarize this in simple words, which is my struggle. But we say, all right, why are you so stuck to the past? All right, here's a personal experience. All right, maybe I'm sharing too much. Someone reached me this week, actually, saying that she can't quite tolerate her Well, basically, she was saying why she was being tormented by memories of our past together 15 years ago. And we ended up chatting about it, and it became very evident that her present life is amazingly boring. And she has been trying to stick to it. She has been trying to stick to an unlivable life of stability and certainty, or if you will, the paradise. And she's refusing to eat the apple and be kicked out of it. And that's of course. And then when we crave intensity, we go back in time to the moments of intensity. And when life is completely chaotic, then we're going to go back in time and crave the times of peace, because we're designed for movement. But we choose pain over and over and over. And we choose pain over change. In psychiatry sells this idea that I'm going to suppress your pain and you don't have to change a damn thing. We can hear that and shake our heads and understand the absurdity of it, because we have inherent to most of us a passion and admiration for the human being and the mass it is. For me, of course, for me, this has a heavy religious load, like with the whole idea that we being the way we are, we're still worth of godly love, right? So, but that's what we're fighting, right? We have to wait until the damage is done, because we cannot offer a more enticing version of reality where it says, listen, you're a human being, you have no choice but to stay in movement. You have no choice but to be absolutely wonderful. You have no choice but to shine. You have no choice but to be who you are, and not in a shy way, right? You got to do it your way. I'm quoting Frank Sinatra now. This is better than most of the authors in the field. So it's not easy to sell that, but when we get people like Susan does, she gets people, oh, they were hurt already. Okay, yeah, right. Or you see the biography of Ron, that was gracious enough to talk to me in my podcast freaking 3-4 years ago, and he, even in that conversation, he opened my eyes to so many things about people following their path and being who they are. And so that's the challenge, that's what I've been, that's what has been eating me inside, is the fact that conveying, and Jonas, in your short chat now, you used a few concepts and you had to stop yourself and say, I know this is a lot of complexity for a few, and this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring complexity back and say, this is a freaking human being, man, cannot be too simple. There's no way we're going to put some more serotonin for a few weeks there and going to be fine. And this is what I've been hoping for lately, out of frustration, is like, okay, can we have someone who knows how people think, so we can actually convey this message before the damage is done?
I absolutely agree that the people who understand this the best are either the activists who would have found their way into this movement one way or another, or the people who have been hurt by psychiatry. But there's another group still, which is a group that makes me more hopeful than that. And that's the mobilization of the middle class. Because as any politician know, do not fuck with the middle class. Excuse my language. Because those are the ones you want to vote. Those are the ones you want to impress. And the thing that's happening now with the exponential rise in the number of diagnoses, I think in Denmark right now, we've got 10% of people between 15 and 24 have an ADHD diagnosis right now. So with the immense rise of psychiatric diagnoses, what's happening now, and it's not happening right now, but it's gonna happen. So what's happening right now is that the children of the middle class will begin to experience the hurt that psychiatry can do. And that will make their parents more open towards being explained what is going wrong here. And we're actually seeing that in Denmark right now, because it's become far easier to get critical articles printed in newspapers. And I sat in my, as I call it, my bat cave a few years ago, and I was like, so which concept do we push forward into the public discourse that could give people power to resist psychiatry, even if they haven't ever been hurt by psychiatry, if they have no reason to oppose psychiatry? And I decided on the word non-pathologizing. I could have stuck with, as I do now, rehumanizing or de-psychiatrization, but I ended up choosing non-pathologizing because that's another word that is kind of self-explanatory and it has some real power, because it's like, so let's open a discussion up, and I've done this in many contexts. Let's open a discussion up that's open to any and all interpretations except for pathologizing ones. And one cool thing that I've noticed is that during these past 2 years, when I've been intentionally pushing and shoving this concept down people's throats here in Denmark, I don't remember where I first read it many years ago, some other source from international source. But anyway, I've been pushing this concept so hard, it's beginning to pop up in social psychiatry. It's beginning to pop up in actually some places, even in treatment psychiatry and in social work. People are beginning to discuss what would a non-pathologizing approach to this and this patient or client or citizen be like. So I get the skepticism. We need sort of a messiah figure. I know that's what you're saying, but we need someone who can actually make people understand this. But from my point of view, I think the likely revolution will come from below and will come from many people training their voices, getting their voices trained by all of us and being able to resist this oppression. I just noticed in the comments that some people are calling me Dr. Ditlevsen. I am definitely not a doctor, but thank you so much. But I haven't done a PhD or anything impressive like that. I am a psychologist. I just, I tried to become a PhD for a while, but no professor would take me on. Maybe in part due to my personality, maybe in part due to my controversy.
So I guess one of the things that I was thinking, and then I'm going to have Kim join us in just a little bit. She's on a limited time, but you know, I remember when we were having a conversation, and I just wrote for this chapter for Chris, who I think had to leave. No, he's still here, and it was called. So my chapter, I think, was called, because I can never remember what my chapters are that I write, or even my articles, or even probably the name of what we're doing today. But it was like the gift of the sacred. And so within that gift of the sacred is that, for me, resolution, when people find freedom, it doesn't happen all the time. Like Chris was saying previously, in eye to eye, when he was driving with those people in his mini car, there were many eyes on many things, but they had a common ground that they were within. And I remember when we were doing the horses, that when people would come out, and especially we were working at that point in time almost extensively with victims of crime, that many times I never knew what, from the conversation I was having with the person that was suffering the most, we never talked about those types of things. And so if you're talking about non-pathology or those types of words that I used to call things like, or I probably still do, common talk, we talked about things that were important to them. And I can remember I had a girl come once, and because I already knew what was going on. The parents told me, the DA told me, the lawyers told me, the social workers told me, the social workers for the DA's office, I had very specific details, but I didn't feel that going over these details were necessary for me to enter into this intimacy with them, of whatever that intimacy was going to take place. And so the horses, which we did until I think 2023, we actually slowed down during COVID, and that's what kind of changed us to virtual. But the horses taught me to humanize myself. like we were all there on a horse ranch together, and the horses were loving us, and we were having conversations. Those conversations were so natural. They weren't pre-planned. They weren't pre-planned conversations in any way. And the amount of people that surpassed the trauma was extremely significant. And so I don't know, if, when we were doing research at that point in time, they were talking about that, and I think we have this in Metalogos, but they were talking about it doesn't feel like therapy. We don't feel like we're being judged. We don't feel like we're being forced to talk about anything. That it feels like family. It feels like as if it's that family you can talk to that does not have any judgment, but can hold your heart for a certain period of time in the way that you want that heart to be held. And the other thing is that it was celebrating what was wonderful that was going on, because despite how despite how hard situations were, there was such a celebration of other things that were happening at that same point in time. I remember the girl that said, "Thank you so much for not asking me any questions about what sent me here." We talked about a lot of different things, but what was most important to her is that she did not have to tell me a story that she did not want to tell. And she was able to talk about other things that were important to her, because her story had left her having some test anxiety, because she would think that she was different than the other people that were in the classroom and things like this. That's what she wanted help on. And it's so easy for us as clinicians, I think, to assume that we know what they want us to talk about. And so, but Joseph, this will come back to you in a few minutes, and of course to all the panelists, but I know that we have Kim for a short period of time. You haven't been here, Kim, for very long to hear a little bit about what we were talking about, but this is being recorded, just to let you know, and we will have some people with lived experiences coming in a little bit later. But we had talked about the lack of informed consent. We had talked about a lot of the things that that I know that you, well, I don't know that you talk about, but I hear that you talk about, and we've talked about this before along with Ashley. And so I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what kind of ideas that this was creating within you, and what you would like people to hear, because again, this is a recorded gathering, and I think that it's very important for people to hear about your.
Sure. Well, thanks for inviting me. This is a new group, for me. So I love the work that you do and I love just the idea of I see the whole person. And for many of you who I don't know, and I do see Jim's on there, so that's always good to see. I love lawyers. Anyways, I like to call myself, I'll give you a quick backstory how I got into this work. And I think somebody mentioned it earlier with the lived kind of experiences, or why does it have to be those who have been harmed, or that are the ones that like we wake up because we've had to live with the harsh reality of the truth. And so I like to call myself the accidental advocate, because I would never have chosen to do this work. But 22 years ago, on August 6th, which we just celebrated my late husband's anniversary of his passing, he was given an antidepressant, Zoloft, for insomnia with no history of depression. 5 weeks later, he took his own life. And he had just started his dream job with a startup company, not sleeping. He goes to this doctor. The doctor gives him a 3-week sample pack and said, "This will take the edge off and help you sleep." I wasn't there. I come home. I was out of town for my business for the first 3 weeks he was on it. And I come home and he's telling me his head's outside his body and he didn't know what was happening to him. Calls his doctor. The doctor says, give it 4 to 6 weeks to kick in. And he, the next, couple days or the week of his life, he was asking, what do you think about hypnosis? I'm going to beat this feeling. What do you think about acupuncture? I'm going to beat this feeling. And I remember saying, well, maybe you should quit your job, like your new job, if this is so stressful. I had no idea. So on August 6th, I hadn't heard from him. My dad goes and checks at our house. And he calls me with probably the worst news that I could ever imagine and never could have imagined, called to tell me he was found hanging. And literally in that one second, my entire life changed. And that night that he was found, the coroner asked me a question, would he taken any medication? The only thing he was on was Zoloft. And she tells us she needed to take it with her. It might have something to do with his death. And the other thing that happened that same exact night was the front page of our newspaper had an article that said UK finds link between antidepressants and suicide in teens. And so literally Woody and I both traveled a lot for work. He left no note. So that in some ways was the note that exact night. So we helped to get black box warnings put on these drugs, and which we did. I had a big lawsuit against Pfizer, got a bunch of documents out from under seal that the companies, the system, they knew about this, they've hid it. And then since then, I, learned, obviously in 1991, there's a long history with these drugs, as you guys all know. And the FDA Psychopharmacologic Drugs Advisory Committee, I ended up as a consumer representative sitting on that committee for 3 terms, and I just finished it. So I tell you that as a whole backdrop of some of my own personal history, but also the advocacy, and I'm still in advertising. So I have a very unique lens into understanding that the system's not changing. It's a business. I always say the system to keep us in, keep us pay, customers, as I call it. I don't really like to call us patients because I feel in some ways we're customers. And so the system's not changing. The FDA is just a hurdle and the way they work. But I think the real opportunity is it's the educating the people pushing up and getting the grassroots, as somebody said. I think it's educating people, but also to understand. I think back to when Woody, when he first passed and the doctors asked me, do I think I need something? And I was like, what? And she goes, I think this is a drug that killed him. But what do you mean, do I think I need something? Aren't I supposed to hurt? My husband died. And she goes, but you don't need to. And I was like, yeah, I do need to. And so for me, like faith was a huge part of it. So I feel like there's so much opportunity in the faith community. Like that was part of my healing. For me personally. But I also felt like this idea of, and Susan knows this conversation because I've had it with her, but well before I started doing the advocacy work that I do, I had helped started a nonprofit in Minnesota called Free Arts, and it was working with kids abused, neglected, at risk, using the power of mentors and art. And I remember one of my first times of working with those kids, every kid in the system, like after we had the night shift with the kids, they stopped and they picked up a cup of meds. And I go, are they all, like, I'm thinking they have strep throat. She goes, oh no, this is their behavior medicine. And I was like, wait a minute, something is just not working. Like, we are not broken. I mean, these kids, yes, they've seen trauma. Yes, but what I saw is this real, like, amazing power when you start letting them be them. And also, and they're not broken. They've seen things, but it's this idea of that somebody outside of us or the experts are telling them you're broken. And so I think we need to shape the conversation of, it's education, but we're not broken. Honor the people who have lived experiences and not like shame them. And I saw in one of the comments, somebody mentioned Laura Delano, who I love. I've worked with her for many years. She's somebody who's gotten out of the system, and also, but I look at it and let's try to go upriver and keep people from going into the system, like within the medications and getting them put on in the first place. I'd like to continue to follow the business side of things. And it's not going anywhere. They're estimating the annual antidepressant global market by 2034 is to be $37.7 billion. It's big money to keep us being broken. And so anyways, I am here to listen as long as I can stay. And there's a lot of new faces. So if you guys have any questions or, I threw a lot of things out there that I've done, but I would love to hear from you or also learn from you. I know I see Ash is on, and I had a really great conversation with Susan, Ash, and I, and so much wealth and wisdom if we let people be people. And so, and I learned a lot from Ash, and I love her spirit and little creative being. So anyways, so thank you for letting me be here, and I will continue to be out there educating because I want the layperson, the person like us, the person like our family who had no idea and got thrown into it. And I've also started to realize just got to start being bolder in our conversations with what's really happening out there to the people.
So thank you so much. And we would love you to stay there as long as you can, and you can just text how long that may or may not be, because I think your voice is, again, yours is one of the voices that we're able to have our clients listen to. When they hear something like this, I think I've talked about this before with you, it's much different than me saying something. It's huge. In fact, to kind of use Jonas's word, it humanizes this, and so people can hear humans to humans in a different way than practitioners, because there's always something that someone thinks that we're trying to do this for some type of reason, right?
Yeah. I think that's a really good point is I think, when people are like, well, you don't understand. Yeah, I understand that grief part. Like I was there, and like even sitting on the FDA advisory committee and when the patients, which are usually not patients or drug company people that they send to be the voice of the patient, it's really kind of disgusting watching it. But they are patients too, but they think that I'm not representing them. Like, I understand, I've walked there, but I think another thing that was been really powerful for me, and again, I know I'm going to say the lawyers, but when one of the things that had come out of my lawsuit is the lawyers were able to get a bunch of documents out in black and white from the companies and from the FDA. And so when a lot of people wouldn't listen to me, the documents kind of spoke for themselves. And so, I think it's this combination of all of us working together, and we all have a role in trying to right the system. But yeah, there is something about just seeing people and talking to them as humans to human to human, because that's what we all actually are, right?
And could I just ask you just to maybe just for a couple of minutes to elaborate on some of the things that came out that you were surprised about when you got into reading more about this?
You're talking about the documents? Yeah. So one, this head outside the body document, or what Woody told me, head outside the body. South African officials wrote to the FDA chief medical officer saying that they had patients on 50 milligrams of Zoloft sitting outside their body looking in. And Pfizer writes back, oh yeah, it happens on all SSRIs. We don't know why. Pfizer had a prosecutor manual that existed in their files. Now, I would have to say common sense would be like, why is a drug company helping write a prosecutor manual in the 90s on violence? And so that to me was pretty powerful. The fact that Pfizer, in one of the documents, they were asked to put together some information on withdrawal, and they said, let's not volunteer the list, but let's have a list ready to help. So that meant they were keeping all the symptoms of helping people get off these medications from people. When they talked about, another one was something about, which I didn't know what it was, but called akathisia, which is where a lot of times that's a precursor, like the itching, getting it out of your system. My friend Wendy Dolan has an organization, MIST, that does nothing but focuses on akathisia because her husband died of it. But Pfizer chief medical officer wrote an entire article about akathisia, and that if a patient gets it, death can be a welcome result. Well, that was public, but what wasn't public was the memo he sent to his sales staff saying the attached journal article is not suitable for general practitioners, but may be of interest to neurologically inclined psychiatrists. So they intentionally kept that from GPs, but that's where most of us go to the doctors. And then, there's so many, we've got binders worth that we got, and I know that they're all up on, if you don't know it, or if this group doesn't know, the US or UCSF, the document database, drug database, I think was started by the tobacco industry. And I know that you can go and see what kind of drug company documents have been submitted there for any of the litigation. But a lot of times, I do involved, like one of the drugs is Chantix, which is the the smoking. Although I just heard that is now being used for dry eye. But Pfizer was able to successfully get the FDA to remove the neuropsychiatric black box warning after they settled 2,900 lawsuits for $300 million and silenced all the victims forever telling their story in public. So it's a racket, but when you see things in black and white and then you combine it with the real story, and then you have people that are out there I think, Susan, I've talked about this, maybe I talked about it, but I created something called the spider web, because all of a sudden I start putting everything together. I'm like, this looks like a spider web, where the whole system is kind of run by like the monies behind pharma, from the research, the clinical trial research, to the patient advocacy groups, the advertising, the marketing, the ghostwriting. That was another one that I saw. The document that came out was Pfizer. They knew where the drug, or where this article was going to run in one of the journal articles, but it still said it said author TBD. So it was this whole idea of ghostwriting, and you can imagine. I'm like, wait a minute, this didn't even get written by somebody. Pfizer already wrote it. They had the ghostwriter. So I'm sure this isn't new information, but as a layperson gotten thrown into it with a husband that's no longer here, for me, I found it shocking. But I will say this, when I can get into med schools and I've been showing the documents, I have a big presentation I do about the spider web. The students, med students, are like irate. They're like, these guys should be in jail. And I'm like, yeah, we've been trying to do that for a long time. So I think those are the things when we can start popping people and popping their eyes and getting them to like open and go, wait, I'm part of the, am I going to be part of this system? So I think it's going to come from all places, all ways, and pushing back. So.
Thank you so much. Next I'm going to pass the baton to the lawyer in this group. Jim, I'm sure you have your percolating ideas during all of this, but maybe especially now.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot that people have talked about that has resonated with me. I mean, I guess maybe I should say a little bit about myself, which is I was lucky to have escaped being made permanently mentally ill by the system. In 1982, when I was 29, I got in a situation where I didn't sleep, went crazy, got hauled off in a straitjacket. So so that pretty much changed the trajectory of my life, and to be one of an advocate. Anyway, various things. I mean, I think maybe the most important one is I founded the Law Project for Psychiatric Rights, Psych Rights, whose mission is to mount a strategic litigation campaign against forced psychiatric drugging and electroshock. I won 5 Alaska Supreme Court decisions finding various aspects of its psychiatric imprisonment and forced drugging regime unconstitutional or otherwise illegal. But to me, and I put a lot of things in the chat, including a written piece and a video about how I see affecting change. And Rod had made some really good points about how hard it is to get our message out because it's not simple. And I put in the chat a 90-second video of about basically the neuroleptics reducing the recovery rate from a possible 80% to 5%. And it seems to me, and then I also put in the chat this report on improving mental health outcomes, which goes through that information and all kinds of other things. I mean, one of the things it says is that, it talks about the drugs increasing suicide. So that happened to Woody, happened to Stuart Dolan, it's happened to a huge amount of people. It also causes violence. And when, you have these kind of incomprehensible shootings, now I always think, was there psychiatric drugs involved? And this information is being systematically suppressed. So, and the report on him, and also, I call it psychiatric imprisonment or incarceration because involuntary commitment is, is basically a euphemism, as are so many of the words used by psychiatry. And I try not to use those words, and I applaud you, Susan, because I forget exactly what you did, but just like normal words rather than clinical words. But psychiatric imprisonment is astronomically associated with increased suicidality. And like some studies have shown, 100 or more times more likely to commit suicide, if you've been psychiatrically imprisoned. So, my work is all about forced psychiatry. Trying to prevent, help people not being forced. So Rod talked about, people who, basically have bought into this and, are happy to have the label, happy to, have these drugs numb them. And my work is not about them because there are so many people who don't want the drugs and are forced to take them. And when they say the drugs are harmful to them, that's, cited as evidence that they're mentally ill. So, I'm kind of rambling here. And then the report on improving mental health outcomes also has, a description of all, these different approaches that actually really help people, which is what you people are all about in your work, what Rod's doing, what Jonas is doing, what other people are doing here. So that's so important. But to me, the most important thing is, which Rod also mentioned, is how do you get this message out to the general public and change public attitudes? And that's something that I've been working on for, trying to figure out something. I think Rod said we need to find that genius. Well, I'm not that genius because I haven't figured it out. So, Rod, did someone want to say something? So,
No, I just said two of us.
go ahead.
I said that makes two of us.
Yeah. So,
So Jim, could you very quickly say anything a little bit about your book, though? Also, I don't know if you want to say a little bit about that.
oh yeah, I absolutely do want to talk about it. So, Kim mentioned these documents that Pfizer with Zoloft, and I think it was right, Zoloft. And I got involved with a situation where I post the documents that I file in the legal cases on the internet, and from like 2003 when I started doing my first case for psych rights. And one of those was this report on Zyprexa, dangerous drugs called olanzapine, dangerous drug, dubious efficacy. And so in late November 2005, I got this call out of the blue by this expert witness, David Eagleman, who recently, passed away, I think, a couple of years ago. Great guy. And he wanted me to subpoena him for documents in this massive litigation over Zyprexa causing diabetes and other metabolic problems that Eli Lilly had hidden from the doctors, or hidden from everybody really. And he called me because of that report, and Dr. Jackson was the one who wrote it. So because there was a secrecy order on, and but if he was subpoenaed in another case, Eli Lilly, the manufacturer of Zyprexa, had to give them reasonable notice and an opportunity to object before he gave me the documents, which I thought, I mean, I was very interested in it, obviously, but I thought they would, object immediately. And anyway, they didn't, and I got the documents. Eagleman, the expert witness, was already working with the New York Times, and there was a series of front page New York Times articles about this. Lilly got peeved at me. And they threatened me with criminal contempt and to try and get me disbarred.
Jim, don't spoil. Stop it. Let me tell you something about your book.
Wait,
So
guys. We have somebody waiting that has been here. And so I'm going to kind of introduce them right now and their story, because this kind of, I think that the experiences of this father is very indicative of what you both are talking. And then in a few minutes, this person's going to have to leave, and so I hate to interrupt everybody, but if you could just hold on to those thoughts. So we have a gentleman here that participated in a podcast with Mad in America in October of 2023. And I had invited him. I wasn't, I just didn't see him until just a few minutes ago when I was texting. So that's my fault. But I wonder if maybe you have been here for a while, which I was not aware of, and I apologize for that. Would you like to talk a little bit about what thoughts were going through your head when you were hearing all of these ideas? Because I kept on seeing your name, and I should have understood, but I just didn't. I'm slow this morning, so I apologize. But your voice to me is just so incredibly important. So I just want to give you some time.
Well, there was a lady just about 5-10 minutes ago, Kim, I think it was, Minnesota. Yeah, I agree with her 100%. So I'm a father, I'm a parent of two. Of course, I'm a husband also. So our story started in the 8th grade with my daughter. Something happened somewhere. She's very private. She got, it was a holiday, Christmas Eve, somewhere, old man touched her. But, and then the bullying started at the school. Somehow, the bullying got her in hospitalization. They were bullying her, so she was upset. This, that. So that was the first time she was hospitalized. And that was a 72-hour hold. 72-hour hold became a week. And then we had to go to therapy. So we did it was a couple months. And then at the meantime, by the way, they gave her medication. The medication started changing her views, her life actually, our life also, because we're a family. Another hospitalization, and every time they do hospitalization, new medication comes in because it's a different psychiatrist or psychologist. This would happen 3, 4 times till we met you with the horses. She did really well actually when we took her at your place. The horses really calmed her down, gave her different perspective. Uh, it was doing really good actually. She was doing really good till the COVID hit, and then everything changed again. Another hospitalization, more medication, different kind of medication. Uh, I remember one time I took half of her medication. I wanted to find out what would do to me, and I felt like a zombie. Be honest with you, I didn't tell my daughter. I didn't tell my wife. Till next day, actually, I was like a zombie. These medications, left and right. Of course, when you get too many hospitalization, DCFS comes in, knocks on your door. Police comes in, knocks on your door, and we had a psychiatrist. When I called her by first name, she got really upset. She goes, "I'm a doctor," and then she called the police on us, as in me and my wife were a bad parent. This is a person, my daughter, when she's on this medication, she wasn't herself at all. And 11:30 at night, she wants to go walk around, and we're a parent. We're gonna go chase her down. We weren't giving her enough freedom. We're bad parents, supposedly. So one thing leads to another. Of course, the CFS at this time was involved, and she was almost 18. Again, this started when she was in 8th grade. So this goes on almost 4 years. Yeah, after the COVID. And they put her in a facility for almost 3, 4 months. It was very hard on us. Actually, the stress, my wife, she used to cry at middle of the night when we're sleeping. Me, I was taking different way, riding my bike. At the same time, I had a heart attack. The stress got me, finally got me. I had open heart surgery. But good thing, after all these, of course, we're always with you. We're in contact with you, Dr. Swin. And you became more than a doctor to me. We became almost a good, not almost, a friend. That was a very positive thing. Again, these medications are in. I remember after we got her out of that facility, she was 18 already. And I said, honey, all this time at night times, she goes, Dad, why you don't want to talk to me? I said, honey, I'll talk to you tomorrow morning, because I know she's not herself. As soon as she takes that medication, again, they changed maybe 5, 6 different type of medication. Neither one of them was good. Medication after medication, it's like, okay, just give her a half or give her more. And my wife, she's scared. She gives her, but this medication was just make her not herself at all. She was not herself at all. I remember. Supposedly it was going to calm her down, but it was never coming down. So I remember after that facility, we moved her out because she's 18. The CFS can't put a hand on it anymore. And I said, honey, can we stop this medication? She was scared, Dad. So I know we're a psychiatrist. This is psychiatrist. Which one is the one they write the prescriptions? Psychologist? Psychiatrist. He's in New York. And I asked him, I said, can we just cut it off? He goes, well, why don't you go down half of it or quarter of it? And I talked to her. At this time, I'm a God-loving father. Maybe I shouldn't say it. She's 18. She wanted to smoke because she started hanging out with a lot of different friends. Most of these girls, most of them are girls in the hospital. They start educating each other. More drugs, more this, that. And I didn't want her to go to do drugs outside. Actually, one night she wanted to smoke weed. I said, you know what? I'll join her. And I did join her one time. And that was it, one time. Just for me loving my daughter. But all this time, all these years, all this time, I'm on top of, we're not letting her go. Because we're her parents. We love her. We can't. So this situation with the psychiatrist, and I said, honey, please, can we just one day, not take it? And she was scared. She says, Dad, we have any extras? I said, we have plenty. Look, I'll show it to you. That was the day. I remember very well like today. That was the day that she didn't take it. She goes, you have extras. I said, here, I'll show it to her, So that turned to next day, and she was back to herself. But at the meantime, of course, me as a father, she wants to roller skate. I go roller skate, take her roller skating, just give my time to her. I'm a parent. I can't leave her alone. No parent should leave their kids alone. You guys show me any one of you guys that a psychiatrist or psychologist knows their kid better than a parent. I disagree. Parent knows their kid. And as a parent, don't fall into the trap that psychiatrist or psychologist, whoever, that they're going to fix your kid. Especially with a medication. They don't know your kid. They don't know. They just say she has issues. She has 2 personalities. Or, of course, when I do drugs, I have 2 personalities too. Many, many years ago, I used to do drugs. 1998, I gave my life to Christ. Christ saved my life. Without Christ, I wouldn't be here. Now I'm talking freely. I have gotten this podcast before without showing my face. I'm not scared anymore. I want to do good. If any parent or anybody could get something out of this, to be a good parent, to don't let your kid go. Hold on to them. That's your life. I'm not ashamed. I'm not scared. This is me. Parent, where I'm going? Yes, the drugs are a bad thing. You could show me, like I said, anybody takes a medication, either drugs, illegal drugs or whatever drugs, it will change you. Of course, when you go to psychiatrist or psychologist, they're going to look at you. Of course, when you're on this medication, especially a kid, their body is not developed yet. They're going to have two different. I've done drugs before. And like I said, Christ saved my life. I remember the day, it was 1998. I gave my life. I said, I can't do this because I used to be party animal. I used to do these things. In 30 seconds, it changed my life. I gave it to Christ and said, I can't do this anymore. Take it. And from that day on, I had a smile that doesn't go away. Again, I have very strong faith. Some of you guys don't believe in it, Christ, or it's okay. This is my experience, my life. This is my belief. Through Christ to see God. And again, without God, I wouldn't be here today, or my daughter. Right now, while I'm speaking, all three of them are at the church. By the way, so go a little bit further. After this, now she got normal. She finished her high school. She goes to college. She got a part-time job now. She goes. She does counseling at the Christian camp. So is my son. That's all we are. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing, you know. And if anybody says your kid, I'm talking towards the parents, not psychiatrists, not psychologists. Any one of you guys are listening as a parent that this is how it's going to be the rest of their life, they're lying. There's a way out of it. Get the medication out. They become themselves. Because before all this, they never used to miss Sunday schools. We never used to miss going to church every Sunday. My son, they're always in Sunday school. Till this happened on the 8th grade, everything changed. Now, back to normal. That's what she is. She's gonna come because at 3 o'clock she has a part-time. She has to get ready. So after I get off, I gotta make some barbecue outside my family. So as a parent, to the parents, don't give up on your kids. Don't fall in the trap of the psychologist or psychiatrist, whatever you want to call. Find a therapist like Dr. Swim or therapist with a natural way without medication. It would help. Good luck to all the parents, to you guys. Good luck. I say bottom of my heart, if anybody could get something good out of this, God bless. That's all I have to say about this one. If you have any questions, go ahead.
So we might have some questions, but one of the things I wanted to say is that, when we did that podcast for Bad American October 2023,
yes,
I think the title was like a father healing his child. It was Sacred Conversations. And it was, I've talked with, I don't know if Ron is still here, but I talked with Ron about this at one point in time, and, and Jim as well. The most important thing is the parents, the
of course,
supportive parents. You never thought she was a diagnosis. You saw that each time that she went into the hospital that she was being quote unquote brainwashed.
Yeah.
And brainwashed against the family.
Correct. Actually, they hold it against us. We were a bad family, leaving my kid go walk around. She felt suicidal. 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. Which parent is not going to look for their kid? And the police came. They go, we're going to hospitalize her. And near the bridge, they thought she was going to jump. Maybe the medication. I'm telling you, I took half of that medication one time. I was like a zombie till the next day. And right now I'm 63. I'm 200 pounds. I mean, she's 100 petite, 100 pounds. Half of it, I took it. Imagine years and months and months you've been taking this, and it's not the same medication. It's different medication. Oh, let's try this one. This is not working. Let's try this one. And there, my wife reads these medication, the side effects, or what does it do to you. They don't care. It's all about money. The government is about the money. These people, it's all about money. If you show me one person that they will do it from their heart, try to help this kid or any kid. You go to psychiatrist, that's what it is. They charge you, okay, it's 150 an hour or whatever. It doesn't matter. They don't do it for free. But without a parent has to be involved in this, because this is it's not just one person. It affects everybody. It affected my son, but my son was very strong. I'm very sure it affected him. I'm very sure. He's stronger. My daughter, much stronger. They're just as strong. If in life nobody falls on their knees, they don't feel the pain. And my daughter felt the pain. She's a much stronger person. Anybody smokes weed close by, there's a neighbor that smokes, she hates it now. Or anything, Me, I'm trying to quit vaping or cigarette. I'm doing good. I'm slowed down. Again, she had that, she recovered very well. With your help, with God's help, before anything, with God's help, she recovered. Again, parents are very important. You have to be involved. Don't get fooled into their system.
I'm just going to bring up really quick is the conservatorship, because it's so easy.
Oh, I remember that. They were sorry, cutting you off. That NAMI, this, that. I got, we got in this. We had to do the counseling with a NAMI as a parent to get our daughter back because she got in a facility. And then I remember, and I talked to you, I think, Dr. Schumann, this very well. I remember we almost got fooled as a parent, no matter how strong I am, for the conservatorship. And I asked you, and you said, Rafi, what do you do? And open, but it's easy to get fooled in. Have faith. Any one of you parents over there, don't lose your faith. Have faith in a God. Don't lose your faith. That's all I have to say. Bottom of my heart. Go ahead.
And have faith in your family.
Definitely.
One of the things that happens is that when people with the white coats come in, they tell you this is wrong with your daughter and that's wrong with your daughter, and they're going to need to be, and they can't come home. People believe them.
Yeah.
And you never did.
I never did on that one. I never, but I remember at NAMI, we were listening. We had to be on it every week, twice a week, to get our child back from the facility. And for the conservatorship, I didn't understood very well. I didn't know any better. I said, okay, I'll, as a parent, we will take the conservatorship. Then I did some study, just like Paris Hilton or other people. I didn't know what was conservatorship was. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a parent. I'm a basic, I don't have a degree or anything, but I have a degree in this experience. I have very good degree. I could talk to some people. Like I said, you could have a different degree, different way, from education from the school and one and the real life. Education is education. Experience is experience. But yeah, that conservatorship was a bad idea, but we'll fall back.
No, but the other thing is that, somebody was talking about earlier about, and Kim was one of them, but there was other people about how do people get tagged, because you used the word tagged a few years ago, and it's through the school counselors. It's through
That's how we started.
The teachers. It's, it's through the general practitioner. That's where most of this, or the gynecologist for women, this is where most of it comes, that leads people to seek services. They have no idea. There's no informed consent when they're seeking services to know what's happening. And I think this is the only type of medicine that people are not believed. So you can tell the truth, and people think that there's something wrong with you the more that you talk. And they're capable of convincing your children that there's something wrong with you, because if someone is wanting to harm themselves, then everybody looks at the parents like they're doing something that
Yeah.
child, and they need to have therapy, and maybe themselves they need to be on medication, because I've known parents that had a hard time getting their children back if they didn't take medication as well.
It's so sad. It's really, really sad. Unfortunately, we didn't get to that point. Well, they pushed us to that point. We were a bad parent to leave our kid to walk around. We're chasing down with a car. My wife with one car, me with another car, trying to find her. Hours at a time sometimes. And because she wasn't herself. When
Yeah.
you're on this medication, you're on any kind of these medication that the government is pushing it, and the psychiatrists, they're pushing it. They're making money out of it. It's all about money. It's very unfortunate. It's all about money. Yeah.
So Mr. Baba has to leave in a few minutes. I didn't know if anybody had any questions for him or comments before he goes. And again, I apologize.
Don't be. They're not home yet. The reason I'm here, I was saying that because I want to speak more freely before my family comes from the church. Okay, that's why I'm gonna. I don't want to lose my reception. Go in the car. Last time I did it through the car. A couple of times I lost reception. So that's what I'm doing from home. Actually, I enjoyed it. I want to tell my story. Like I said, if it could help to any kid or any parent, my experience, more, I'll be very happy. For for all the parents, don't lose your, be a parent. You gotta give right now, cut it off of your own time, give more time to your kid because they're suffering, they're in a spot. Trust me, later on in the future, if you don't volunteer your time or don't be selfish right now, you will be hurt more at the end. To any parent, like I said, just if you go out, do this, that, no, stay, pay attention, spend more time with your kid, do something different, so you could win her back from them. We're fighting a war between us as a parent with our kids, towards a government or towards the money. Yeah.
So I have somebody also that has a similar story to yours, and it might be helpful just to hear somebody with a similar story, and that is Carolyn. Carolyn, would you like to speak a little bit? Hello. Would you like to speak a little
I
bit
do.
on your
Hi,
thoughts on?
Dr. Slim. Thanks. Thanks for having me and giving me an opportunity to impact other lives by sharing some little bits of what happened to our family. So in 2020, during COVID in California, they closed the schools, they closed the trails, they closed the beaches, and our children began being homeschooled. And I noticed the schooling online, my youngest child couldn't focus. He couldn't sit 5 hours a day in front of a computer listening to a teacher without other stimulation. And he was having a hard time following with his schooling. He was also the victim of an attempted abduction by our house. And by that time, I noticed that his nervous system was really, it felt like he was activated. He was really nervous. And someone recommended he see a therapist because of the abduction, the attempted abduction. And so he did. The therapist recommended that he be evaluated for ADHD, that I should contact a psychiatrist. And wanting to help my child, I booked an online appointment with a psychiatrist. And after 2 meetings with him and she determined that he was given a diagnosis by her of ADHD and was put on a course of introductory medication, which is called guanfacine. It's a frontline medication that lowers their blood pressure. And for some kids who have a lot of energy, it seems to quiet them down a little bit. And when that didn't quite work, they decided to try the stimulants. And I consider myself a person who's able to do research and try to understand things that I have no knowledge about. But I never doubted that they didn't know what they were doing. The psychiatrists and the primary care physician work for UCLA. So to me, I absorbed it as science. And when I started questioning it it took a month of him being put on antidepressants. So he was put on stimulants, but the country ran out, the US ran out of stimulants during COVID because ADHD was being overdiagnosed. And so they couldn't give him the ADHD medication anymore. So they put him on an antidepressant. And within 3 weeks, my 11-year-old tried to hang himself in his bedroom. He hadn't been suicidal before. He was just a happy-go-lucky, hyperactive kid. And once he attempted suicide in his bedroom, he was put into a psychiatric hospital where their goal is to stabilize the kids. Those places are really scary for kids. In order to get a child to be seen by a child's psychiatric hospital, you have to go to the emergency department in the US. And that means you're in an emergency room where they blend the children and the adults with emergency psychiatric care. The sounds and the trauma for my son began there. And an armed guard was placed next to him so he wouldn't escape. He was terrified. And instead of coming home to me to a loving place, he was taken for 3 weeks at age 11 in a psychiatric hospital. When he came back, he was more medicated and all the doses had gone up and new medication had been added. And through the coming year and a half after that, they changed his medication 8 times. Because the country was running out of ADHD stimulants, they were jumping him from one of them, from Adderall to Ritalin to Concerta to Focalin, extended release, not extended release. And being in a state of shock myself from having to parent an 11-year-old who by this time had his second suicide attempt, both of them within 3 weeks of changing his medication, I was at a loss and I was looking for anything to help. And knowing that we were in California, there's something called AMA. We're not technically allowed to go against medical advice. That's what AMA is. And as I started noticing that he was not getting better, whatever they were doing, we had tried it and he wasn't getting better. Not only that, he began, this was noticed by Dr. Swim when we started meeting with her, he began developing what's called tardive dyskinesia. It's the facial tics that people get after being on certain heavy medication. So by the time UCLA gave me back my 13-year-old, he was on antipsychotic, antidepressant, ADHD medication, blood pressure reducing medication. He was also on Deplin, which is a brain booster, and he was beginning to develop facial tics. And it dawned on me that he was only 13 and that the end game would be for him to work, to live in a house for chronic mental health issues, that he would be disabled for life. And nobody was saying that. It's pretty obvious that if a child is on that path at 13, and something I want to share with people who are intervening in this and parents is that there seems to be no stop or pause mechanism in the mental health system for children. And medical and psychiatric help. It was always add a layer. He hasn't reached the therapeutic dose yet. We haven't found the right medication yet. Until I couldn't see my son anymore. He would sit on the couch. He wasn't struggling anymore, but he wasn't living. He was sitting on the couch with a little bit of saliva falling up the side of his mouth. He was developing facial tics. And as a mom, it was heartbreaking. Through this, we ended up with a Child Protective Services case where we were also accused of neglect. I think if I could share anything about our experience, I'll share that as of a year now, Simon has not been in psychiatric treatment. I thought to not have him sent, they wanted to send him to a high security, high perimeter fenced facility, a 5-hour flight away from our house. And I knew if I sent my child there that his heartstrings and his capacity to feel safe and loved would be so deeply affected that I fought and fought for that not to happen. And now he's been home for a year. No therapy. He does have chats with Dr. Swim when he wants to, which he really appreciates. We used surf therapy and ocean therapy to wean him off of all the medication. So when we decided with Dr. Swim that it was time to demedicalize Simon and see what was behind everything at this point, we also decided to, I found an ocean program that created a customized position for him. They called him, he was already a surfer. They called him a junior surf instructor program. And 5 hours a day, he would teach kids on the spectrum and with disabilities how to introduce themselves to the ocean and enjoy the ocean and wave riding. So that while he was weaning off of the most intense medication, he was in nature, he was in movement. And most of all, he wasn't a patient anymore. He wasn't broken. He had dignity back. People were looking him in the eye and grateful that he existed. And if I've learned anything from all of this, I'm sure somewhere someone needs medication and needs therapy. But if I look at all the hours I spent, and my husband and my children, in therapy and mental health services and hospital psychiatry, if I'd replaced all those hours with things that bring us joy, we would have had a better outcome. It's about connection, even through sadness, even through pain. It's about, I get emotional because I went to a friend's funeral yesterday who took his life. And the surfers we have, what we call Circle of Life, we go in the ocean on our surfboards, we hold hands, we spread the ashes in the middle, people spray water and share stories. And as I was attending the funeral of someone's child, I was watching my child who was alive in the foreground. And I'll forever feel grateful that we have this chance to change the love and the connection we feel with each other. So that's my share.
I thank you so much for sharing this. One of the things that I think is so common to not just your experiences, but Baba's experiences is that Lynn Hoffman used to call it this, we have to find this blame, right? This thing in the bushes that is to blame. And so a lot of the times the parents are picked if it's children. And then, if they're adults, somebody else is picked as being. So there's such unattachment. So when you put children in a hospital multiple times, who do they attach to? And what do they attach to? Well, I know from talking to enough children is that they attach to the people in the white coats. Those are the new parents. Those are the new family members. And they are always told that despite maybe there being bullying or despite being an abduction or whatever it was to get them tagged into going into services, that is no longer something that is focused on. And it becomes the parents. And so it's almost a war that erupts in the family and the family fighting to keep their children. Do you want to comment on that at all? And I thought maybe next time Ashley could comment on that.
So when the Child Protective Service case was open, the first flagging came from a police officer who visited our house and saw that my son had self-harm marks. My son was 11 at the time. The police officer came at 2 o'clock in the morning, took our son from our home, put him in handcuffs, and brought him to another psychiatric hospital. And this is not legal in the United States to handcuff an 11-year-old who's not violent and is not causing a threat to himself at the moment. He'd been evaluated that day, but in order to protect themselves, the police officer filed a Child Protective Services complaint of neglect, that we were not providing enough care and services for our son. He was being seen by his primary care physician, his social worker at school, a therapist, and a psychiatrist. But we still got launched into this process of going through Child Protective Services investigation and court process, which was resolved. Nothing happened. There was no abuse. There was no neglect. But that process is very, very difficult for families. As they create their investigation, they interview each family member individually, they write a report, and legally they hand over the report to the children. So all of the therapists are interviewed, the neighbors. The police came to our house wanting to interview our contractors. And it turns out that those investigative reports are handed over to the children. And there were clauses in their investigation that said that we were neglecting our children. And they even tried to remove Simon being our child. They thought we were not capable of being his parents. I filled out foster care intake forms when this was happening. And through my children reading those reports, they also read the little pieces of information that the investigator gathers. Some is accurate, some isn't. And it really ends up, it basically, the state creates a report to prove that we're not good parents and then hands it to your children, to my children. And in the end says, no, sorry, our bad, you were fine parents. But our children read those reports. Our children were part of the investigation where they ask our children, is there anything you'd change about your mom? Is there anything she's ever done that you don't like? And of course, they're teenagers. There's things they don't like about their parents, but they're being pathologized. Normal parenting ends up being something that is, for example, I would tell my children to do their chores before we went out to play. Well, this was explained to my children as manipulation. I'm still fighting this sort of deprogramming. It's like my children were brainwashed to believe that I am incapable. And this expresses itself in the weirdest ways. In my regular life, I run a nonprofit, I'm an amateur athlete, I have good friends. But in my home life, my children don't think I know where to do groceries. They don't think I know how to keep friendships. They don't think I know how to think about things. And it creates a lot of insecurity in them to believe they have a mom who's not capable. Through those struggles, I was also diagnosed by a family therapist as being covert narcissist. And this created issues. I don't even know where to start. First of all, this diagnosis was never revealed to me. Because I was in family therapy, my husband was taken in a separate session by himself. The DMS or DSM book was pulled out, and the therapist started reading the symptoms of a certain diagnosis, asking my husband, does this define your wife a little bit? How about this? And he agreed. He was going along with it. And at the end of this questioning, she turned the book over and there was the title Covert Narcissist. And it almost broke my marriage. I'm a strong-souled human with a big heart. I'm unusual and unique. And I speak my mind. I'm not for everybody. And I think I really turned off in these time of suffering in my marriage and my child being suicidal and in treatment. And I think I really, really turned off this therapist. And she made my husband promise not to tell me because she thought I would stop therapy and that would not be beneficial for the therapy. So that gave her a sort of legal loophole to not tell me that that was her assessment of me. Unbeknownst to me, but known to her, my husband, and the intern, I continued therapy for a year. And every time I left therapy, my heart was broken. I felt more disconnected from my loved ones. It was like my environment in therapy wasn't reflecting my inner world or my outer world. I couldn't understand some of the comments. Now I do better, knowing that they were viewing me through this lens, and everything I did and every sad or happy thing I shared was being viewed through this diagnosis that I am not. I don't even know it's a real diagnosis. I don't even know at this point that any diagnosis is real, except for a framework to allow insurance companies to bill people. Is there a scan that could tell you somebody has ADHD, a brain scan? No. Is there a brain scan? Or I could be a covert narcissist one day and not the other. That's how subjective it seems to me, a laywoman, all these diagnoses are. And in my family's case, I'd never been suicidal in my life, but after 10 months of going to therapy and not understanding why some of the comments were being made to me and how I wasn't ever feeling better. Every time I left therapy, I would just get in my car and cry. I just think diagnoses could be deadly. And my family, they almost were for my son Simon, and they almost were for me. So it's not to be taken lightly. You have a lot of power, all of you, over people's lives. And please just remember how fragile each one of our human experience is.
I think that Chris, you had a question. Was that right for Carolyn, or someone said that you had a question?
Yes, I wanted to thank Carolyn for her sharing, and you remind me of many mothers I've worked with through the years. And you have a power in your voice, and it's beautiful to experience. So thank you very much. I also wanted to respond to something else you said. You talked about the ocean, and you talked about how the ocean heals, and how you came together with others with the ocean. I've become suspicious lately even of the word humanist, because where's the living world in that? Still, we're focusing on human beings. And I've just noticed over and over again how often animals and nature and sea and the sea and a river and the seasons and different things like this, how they're more healing than anything else. And I think I really appreciated you mentioning that, Carolyn, because I think we need to be more open to those things and understand that that's sometimes where the healing really is. It's even beyond the human, and I just wanted to thank you for that. That's all I had to say.
You know, thank you so much. One of the things that I was thinking about during this is I was thinking about you, Ashley, because Ashley was a large presence and talking with Carolyn and her family. And and also I was thinking about when Baba was talking as well. I mean, I think about you a lot. And I'm so happy to know you. I mean, we met a long time ago, and I'm so happy to know you and to be able to work with you and to um, celebrate so many things that are in your life. I didn't know if maybe you wanted to comment on this a little bit about what you were able, because Ashley is one of our what we call them consultants or life coaches. Um, for lack of a better word, we call them recovery. I'm trying to change that to a different word, reclaiming. I don't know, but whatever that word might be, Ashley is so helpful as with other people that help us. Like the gentleman that just left, he often can work with fathers to be able to share his story with fathers that are going through similar times as this. But when Ashley came in and started talking with Carolyn and the children and the father, it was just an amazing event because it was, for lack of a better word, that human interaction, that person that could humanize this in a way that I couldn't, and legitimize this in a way that I couldn't as well. So I don't know if you want to reflect on what I just said, because that is not necessary, or if you would like to reflect on what you were hearing when they were talking.
Hello. Yes, thank you for pulling me in. And thank you so much for everyone's bravery, for being so open and being present for these conversations and being able to hold each other throughout this process. But yeah, the working with Carolyn and her family has really pulled on my heartstrings.
Ashley,
And
I
it was really
just
cool.
ask one question, because Ron had said that he tends to talk low sometimes, and it's a little bit low. That might be my hearing, but it's so important that I just want to make sure that everybody can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'll try to speak a little louder. Is this a better tone? Okay, great. Yay. Well, yes, working with Carolyn and her family really pulled on my heartstrings. I've been helping Dr. Swim, and now I see a person for probably like 2-3 years now. Because this is something that I really care about, and I've personally walked through a similar journey of being told I'm a mental illness diagnosis at a really young age, and then learning how to get over that and learning how to find empowerment back within myself. So when I was working with this wonderful family, it felt like I was working with my younger self. It felt like I was connecting with people that have worked and are walking a similar path. So when I was talking to the boys, I was like, oh my gosh, like I see my 13-year-old self in them, and gosh, how I wish someone would have told me something similar to, like, or just been present with me. Like I'm grateful that I was able to do for a brief period of time, and how Dr. Swim does on an everyday basis. But to kind of give a little bit of backstory, like on my personal journey, the current state of the mental health system is very impersonal. It's very systematic. It kind of like within a couple of minutes, within one session, you're given this big label by this big doctor, and you're kind of forced to believe it because they use such complicated terminology, such complicated, they have books to back this. Like we were saying, the DSM, I like to refer to it as a book of curses, but that's me and pulling my love for mythology into this, because it's a book of language that makes you feel so less than. It makes you feel like you don't have any power, and it makes you feel like you're binded to these unhealthy behaviors or these undesirable traits. And I've seen this within like my community. I'm 25, and being within academia and living in California and living around the world, like you can see how certain people, especially in the United States, how they bond over these labels that they're given by doctors, and they look at each other and go, oh, I have this diagnosis. What diagnosis do you have? Oh, I'm this, this, and this. I'm bipolar with major depressive disorder, or I just have major depressive disorder, or I have anxiety. And it's this whole conversation of bonding over it, like you have Pokemon cards. It's like it's become a huge disease within my generation of like where it kind of propels itself forward, right? So because if you have a group of people that are so identifying with these labels and the curses and the binds to these curses, like oh, if you're depressed, you sleep a lot, or oh, if you're anxious, you're gonna have a thing. The community is then pushing this narrative forward because they're being fed it by these people that are apparently know better, and it's very dangerous, very dangerous to witness and experience, and breaking free from that is such a rebellion. It's such a, oh my gosh, you're going against medical advice, and oh my gosh, you're going off your medication. Oh no, I have to keep an eye on you now. And it's it dehumanizes people. So to reclaim your humanity and reclaim your emotions, it's seen as insanity. But emotions are an innate part of the human experience. It's what makes us have our muchness. It makes us propel forward into life. It pulls us into the things that we're meant to do. Like I think that, you know, as an artist, as my primary, you know, being I'm a painter, I'm a sculptor, I think that my emotions fuel my creativity, and then I hope that people can look at what I create and somehow resonate and connect to that, because being human to me is an emotional experience. We're supposed to be marked by the things that we impact, like Kim was saying, and thank you for giving me that shout out. I really appreciate you. I wrote to you in the chat. But we as humans, we have to feel. We have to be impacted by the world around us. We need to be moved to tears of joy when a baby is born, or completely distraught when someone dies. This is what makes life worth living. It's about the ups and the downs, and it's about learning how to ride those waves and work with, like surfers do, they work with the ocean. And I also agree with like this pulling back to nature, right? Because nature will very subtly teach us these lessons if you just listen and you watch and you observe. So I also appreciate what Christopher says, and seeing how like Carolyn's family has worked with nature to be able to like integrate those wonderful pieces of wisdom into their life has been very phenomenal. But yeah, I believe that humans can channel their emotions through different non-traditional avenues, and that there's ways to make these emotions not harmful to themselves. Because when when people are have a lot of feelings, right? And they're very sentient and they're very, dare I say, emotional. If they get thrown in the system, they're seen as too much and then given medication to sedate themselves. It turns them into zombies. I know because, you know, I was given medications for a while and it totally numbed me out. I couldn't feel anything for a really long time. And it wasn't till I got off those medications that I was able to actually feel things again. And that I went through this process of learning how to work with these emotions and channel them in different ways. And I think that it's possible to do this in these non-traditional avenues of like walking or hiking or exercising or painting. It doesn't matter, but as long as we make sure that these things are like the energy isn't destroying you. In the sense of like, okay, are you agitated right now? Do you need to go for a run? Let's instead of doing something that's going to be destructive for ourselves, how do we take this energy and we make it so that it's beneficial for us? And this is something that I constantly ask myself in my everyday life is like, if I'm feeling like a weird emotion and I'm like, oh, I don't know what to do. And you have two choices. You can do something that's going to help you and that's going to propel you forward into your life, or you can do the bad habit, the loop that we were talking about earlier of like the pain and the constant devils, it was called in the chat. It was the devil of familiarity. But when we choose to break that loop and go into that change, we can evolve and work with those uncomfortable feelings and make them so that we feel some sense of accomplishment through it, and we can feel more like we have purpose and less like we're just a zombie, because we're not meant to be compliant zombies. We're not machines, we're humans that feel things, and we need to be emotional in this state that the world is in right now is such a rebellion. So thank you so much for everyone for advocating for all of the people that maybe feel too much, but even saying feel too much, it doesn't feel right because we're all supposed to feel that much, you know? So thank you for
I'm just going to jump in really quickly, but one of the things that I think was so beneficial, maybe Carolyn, you could reflect on this, and then Heidi had wanted to talk, and then Christina, of course, but I think that what was it like to hear Ashley say, you know, things were a lot tougher for me than it was for your son. What was that like? Yeah, right.
You want me to answer how it feels to hear her say things were even tougher for her than for Simon?
Well, yeah, well, when that was talked about, when it was talked about that she had certain experiences when she was young, and maybe how it was for each one of the family members to hear somebody be able to say, like, you know, I think my experiences were, I don't want to say more intense, but there was just this air of that I've been there, done that, and I'm here now.
Well, I think it gave all of us hope because Ashley is leading a fulfilled life, and that includes give back and time and sharing of herself. So none of the other therapists had ever brought in a third party with lived experience to come share with us. And it just kind of made it feel like our experience would have a hopeful outcome.
And
That it
maybe
was for Simon to blossom. Inside, I always felt that, but it's pretty isolating as a parent when you have a child with a diagnosis who's suffering a lot, because especially in this day and of social media, parents are sharing their children's successes, and when they see each other, we don't go for coffee and talk about all the things that are really, really difficult about raising teenagers most of the time. So it's really nice to see somebody like Ashley who's on the other side of this experience and the suffering. That was more valuable than any other input from any other therapist through this process.
Yay. That is a wonderful statement. And we started doing that a couple of years ago, including these voices, and it's just has been, for me, it's been so wonderful because I can never do that. I mean, I can say other types of things, but nothing like having a vibrant young woman who can say, geez, like I got caught up in the system too, or maybe my parents got caught up in the system, or maybe my friends got caught up in the system, or whatever it might be. And and just having so much hope. Because I remember I think it was one of your family members saying there was no hope because it wasn't one hospitalization, it was a series of hospitalization. It was other types of things. So there was multiple people involved in this. And also there was this thing of extended family members and things like that. So the narrative was so big.
It's like we're reclaiming our story now. We're not the labels they gave us. And in a family dynamic, if you have two people with diagnosis and two without, you can imagine quickly that it makes it difficult to make decisions as a group or for the group or even as a parent, because there's this expected difference in power. Some are broken, some are not. And yeah, when you brought in Ashley and the other fellow, I'm sorry I can't remember his name. The other impact it had was that we live not close to our family members, and sometimes the voice our children hear are those of school, social media, and our small community. So having people from the outside who are not your parents' friends, who are not from a known institution, but just somebody coming by to share their experience is really powerful because there's no agenda or goal. So yeah, I think you should keep doing that.
And so I wanted to, I know that Christina, I was going to leave a time for you to talk in a few minutes, but I think that maybe Heidi wanted to say something. I'm not sure, but I thought I had saw that in the group chat. I just want to make sure that we're providing a voice for everybody that would like to have that voice. Or the same thing with anyone else that would want to have a chance to speak.
Hi, I don't want to take up other people's time because I can go on, but we live in a toxic culture at this point, and one that wants to categorize different people to make it easier, and people should act the same. We're all diverse and different, and I hate to say it, but there's a different quality to the therapy that one gets, and the people who enter into life giving therapy, it's important to recognize what is helpful and what's not helpful. And I wrote a chapter recently, probably about 4 months ago, for a book, and I looked at what a good therapist would look like, and it's actually almost an impossible task. It's not impossible, but one of the things, remember what you said earlier, Jonas, that you said about loving the people you see. That's really important. I mean, that gets kind of brushed aside because people learn skills. They learn how to do trauma therapy, the different kinds, cognitive behavioral therapy. And people who become therapists, I think, are drawn to what works for them. You know, let's say that cognitive therapy it's more easily programmable. It's more easily said to be an evidence-based therapy because it's easier to measure and look at things. What I didn't use the term love when I wrote this chapter, but I used the term compassion. And also, one of the most difficult things in therapy, and especially so, I believe, is doing virtual therapy, is you don't have the same transfer of energy, that same feeling for the person who is sitting with you or walking with you or whatever they're doing. It can be okay, it can work some, but I strongly believe that when you're seeing somebody at a deep level, you transfer a feeling or an energy that that person senses. And it's really important in therapy for trust to be there as a major component. And then on the part of the therapist, it takes courage because most of the time, if you're doing good therapy, you'll be doing something that is not within the therapy manual, that you'll be giving some part of yourself, some connection and empathy. And not, you know, just because a person knows things from school doesn't mean that they've had the experience, that internal, let's call it love, let's call it compassion, let's call it a number of names, but it is the most important thing. And when I say it takes courage, that's because you don't know what's going to happen when you get into the deep involvement with another person. They're feeling all sorts of things. And can you be trusted is probably the most important thing. And then you may have to violate what is considered a norm of reporting quality. Or you can get frightened as a therapist and, oh, this is beyond what I can do. Let's put them in a hospital. Let's get something else. So I think when somebody's hurting for whatever reasons, because it's a difficult life and pain is part of life, and uh, personally, I think it's a wiser choice to get drugs on the street that make you feel good, as opposed to some of the drugs that are prescribed for us.
Yeah,
Um,
so one of the things I just want to say is that with Mrs. Day, we never saw her in person, ever. Like there was no opportunity to be able to do that. And so everything was virtual. And what I like to say is that the way that we worked for, I don't know, the way that we worked for probably almost a couple of decades with the horses, it helped us humanize ourselves for each other. So I think within any dialogical interaction, we can create that humanizing. And for some, we wrote an article on that actually from Mad in America. It was like from homegrown to something, but it talked about when we started not seeing people at the horse ranch any longer because of COVID. And one of the things that I find is that we're there in real life. So I get to hear what's happening in real life rather than people reporting it from that this happened yesterday or this happened early this morning. I'm there when life is taking it. I'm kind of a living organism that joins that living organisms. And so there's so much there. There's, because I agreed with you at one point in time, but I remember when we first started doing this and somebody had a dog that we were, one of our clinicians had a dog because we tend to work as teams if we can. If we can't work as teams, then we don't work as teams. But because it's our family going into your family. So it's one set of people who care going into another one who want people to care for them, who wants people to listen. And so just being in people's bedrooms or closets or decks, or maybe when they're running or they're in their cars, there's this life. Of course, we can never understand it, but a lot of it isn't even doing with the eyes. And I remember for a long time, I was very focused that our presence is coming from having that face-to-face interaction. And I kind of liked it when Chris talked about that there was this community that was formed not just by brick and mortar or by theories. You know, when I hear cognitive behavioral therapy, it's the same thing as me hearing ADHD. Like, I don't know where the research came from, but it's not something that I've ever attempted to talk about with somebody about. You know, my work centers so much about talking about what is important for them. And it's hard for clinicians because a lot of clinicians need certainty that we're going to go in and we're going to have this conversation and it's going to lead to A, B, C, D, or something. And so in my mind, I have this faith that whatever happens, I'm not going to do more harm. I might not be helpful, but I know that I'm not going to try to do more harm than was already done before. And I think that therapy is so harmful. I just think across the board that it is such a potentially, and I probably caught this, you know, from my early training, but I think potentially we can just go in and accidentally harm people. Tom Anderson had this wonderful thing that he used to do with, and then I want to leave the floor up to Christine if I can. Tom Anderson had this wonderful thing that he did is that within the session, he would ask at the end of the session, and he would say, if we had the time to be able to talk about this again, is there something that you might have wanted to talk about differently? And that's maybe not what he said, because I think he tried never to keep, you know, he was the one that kind of invented the reflecting team. He never wanted something to be a rote way, that we go in the same way and we do things in the same way. But I want to know that in some way, is what I'm doing helpful? And I think there's things that we can be, I think, because I'm blind. I'm completely blind. I have no idea of what I'm going to be able to do, but I know that I can care. And I know that I can try to listen the best I can. But beyond that, I don't know if there's anything that I'm certain about. I know that if I tell them they're a diagnosis, which I've never uttered a word of that. I've never said to somebody in 43 years, I think you're bipolar, I think you're an eating disorder, I think you're narcissistic personality disorder. I think that the words they've never came out because I was trained that way in the very beginning. I never try to ever tell people what to do. I might offer ideas or reflections is what I think they are, but I've never followed a script. And that's why I had so much trouble in the beginning when I was learning MRI and this chicane of what we called brief strategic therapy, because I could never remember the rules because I was too busy talking to somebody. So I remember my desk as a young clinician, I have like, okay, positively reframe, you know, feedback loop, you know, and I'd just be like, and so at the end of the session, I'd be like, I failed these people because I didn't remember to do these things because I was immersed in the conversation. Because it's a real live process that we're doing. And I think what is important about Christina's work is that she wants to get this caught on podcast for clinicians to be able to talk about these things, to have a format. Well, can you talk, Christina, for a few minutes? And I wasn't leaving you last, but sometimes it's like, I guess that, well, Chris, like it's kind of rhizomic. You never know where things are going to go to, constantly adding into a conversation. But would you like to have some reflections, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I have a few reflections from everyone speaking today. I know that we don't have a ton of time, so I'll try to be concise. So I think of the knock-on effects that this has on society. Um, so not just the people that go into the system and those that are or who are deeply harmed by it, but those who drop out of mental health care altogether, who refuse to engage with us anymore at all because of bad experiences that they have or mistrust. I've lost friends to self-medicating over the years, primarily overdosing on opiates. Um, I think about um, I think about what was mentioned earlier about these sort of campaigns of I've not sure if we named it as anything, but these sort of campaigns of normalization. So the work that NAMI's done, and I think about the whole destigmatization around mental health issues and how I felt when I was learning about that years ago. Um, and I thought it was great at the time, and I thought a lot of the sort of getting information out there about mental health, mental illness, and that it's okay to not be normal. It's okay to not be okay, but um, it makes me wonder where the heart in such a movement is. So yes, destigmatizing having problems is helpful, but what was the intention here? What was the deeper intention? Is it making people comfortable about labels, or is it normalizing the use of labels to kind of groom the public or prime the public for what's to come, which might be um, advertising for medication? I think somebody said that started in, was it 1997? Um, I think about what Rod said, that these are drugs of compliance, and that compliance can linger for some time, long after someone goes off them. So I took psychiatric drugs for about 20 years, and antidepressants for 15 of those. I'm 37 years old, and I've not been on psychotropics for several years now. So you can tell I started as quite a young customer. Um, Ron, I think about when you were sharing that you were allowed to just sleep it off on your family couch for a year, and that sort of helped you feel better. I think about my experience going off of antidepressants, and it was sort of the same as that. I didn't sleep for a year, but I wasn't in school and I wasn't working for some time, and I just took some time to travel. And um and I was actually coming out of a pretty dark period of my life, and at that moment I just thought, I don't want to take these anymore. And it was tough, and the sort of compliance or the numbness lingered for a long time, a really long time after that. But eventually I felt better, and I had been offered them at later points again when I wasn't feeling well, and I just thought, I don't want to do this again. But I think it's ironic that sometimes we need nothing, or we need just peace. And I think it was someone else had mentioned being in nature, or just being um yeah, just being held by our environment around us, rather than continue to be messed with, or continue to be attempting to fix everything. Which is, it's really difficult in this day and age. Everyone is especially now, everyone's struggling financially and trying to sort of keep up in education and their career. And so it's really a place of privilege to be able to kind of turn off the noise, or try to go into yourself, um, to take that opportunity to try to self-heal, or yeah. Um, but in any case, those are some of the things that I wanted to share, that I'd connected with my own experiences. And um, Carolyn, thank you. I definitely have seen you at some point, and I want to thank you again for sharing your story. Um, and yeah, as Dr. Swim had mentioned that I want to put out material about yeah, practitioner experiences and basically I'd like to get reflections from practitioners about things that they have experienced in the field, witnessed, or had been asked to do, or had felt pressured to do that they didn't feel right about, or realizations that they had come to in an anonymous forum.
Among other wonderful.
Yeah, yeah.
stories.
Yeah, among other stuff. But it's still in the sort of planning stages now. But if anyone would like to get in touch and share some ideas, because my area of interest is self-disclosure of sensitive information, and so that's why this particular topic interests me.
So, I was just thinking about you, Jonas, though, and I had to like kind of, I get kind of texts from people and I'm trying to put everything like in a big puzzle. But I was thinking of you and Christina was talking because the work that you're doing. Can you talk a little bit about that in the book that you're writing right now? And then Christina said it's Jonas, not Jonas, because I was sharing with her about you the other day. So
I was just guessing, I'm not sure.
No, it's absolutely right. It is a soft J, not a hard J, like you would find typically with that being a last name. So my name pronounced in Danish would be Jonas.
that's, oh, but yes.
Yeah, but most people, when your name is Jonas in Denmark, usually your friend group reverts back to Jones, which is universal. So there you've got the hard J again. So listening in on these lived experience tales, horrific stuff people have been through, I feel yet just more certain that because this book that I'm editing, that we are gathering voices for now, so it's called Psychiatrization. And we could call it something more constructive, like rehumanization, because that would be constructive. But psychiatrization is where we're at in the struggle right now, systematically speaking, because we're at the point in time where resistance is the key. And you need to know that you're in opposition to a system that doesn't really like your kid or your brother or your sister. Because listening in on these families talk, it's like we had to rescue our child, our brother, or I had to rescue myself from the chains of psychiatry. And one thing that I'm working on right now, which will also be a segue into psychiatrization, is the sort of weird role that the psychiatric patient plays towards the professional. So it's not family because they don't care about you the way they would care about their own family members. And they would argue, because I've said this many times, they would argue, I can't care about my patient the way I care about family. I don't have the time or the means to care that much about them. And although that might be sort of fair, I would argue, but you do have to care in a sense in the same way. You do have to call it compassion, call it love. You do have to feel that towards these people. Otherwise, you just can't help them. And unfortunately, the role that, because what kind of role does the patient play in the psychiatric system? I'm going to go ahead and say something controversial that I've jotted down on my notes while listening to all of you guys. And the role that the primordial role that the psychiatric patient plays is that of the slave. Okay? So what is the purpose of a slave? The purpose of a slave is to function and nothing but that. It's all about functionality. If your slave breaks his arm, he can still work with his other arm. If he breaks his leg, he can still work with the other leg. If everything is broken, then you get rid of the slave. So taking that logic into psychiatry, we go, okay, so what is the point of psychiatric treatment? It's not to improve your life. It's not to make your life more meaningful. It's not to make you have better relationships. The official point of psychiatric treatment is to improve functionality and lessen symptoms. That's why we have this function requirement when we do diagnoses. So the thing that families and parents and friends and everyone needs to understand is that you might be lucky and come across someone within the systems who actually cares, but you do need to know that their job isn't to care. And that's where I'm still hopeful, even though this sounds so depressing. I'm still very much hopeful, since people do want to care. That's few psychos aside, even the professionals working within psychiatry, they do want to care. And when they become aware of what they're a part of, usually they do feel a little bit rebellious. And I tend to spur that on in people. And I think we do need that rebellion, that rebellious spirit, because no psychiatric professional wants to treat slaves. So that's an higher system, getting them to think that way, getting them to do that. The relational distance is just so huge because they don't treat their patients as friends. They don't treat them as family. They don't even treat them as acquaintances. They treat them as sort of objects that they have to do something to in order to accomplish a functionality goal. And that describes nothing if not a slave, because it's not an enemy. They're not actively trying to harm them, but they're trying with any means at their disposal to make them function better. And that's the whole problem of having a system built around functionality.
And so, what are your thoughts on that, Ben?
Sorry?
What are your thoughts on that? So what do you do where you're at to try to help, whether
So one thing I'm actively doing is part of rehumanizing. So when I have I do call the sort of help that I give therapy in a lack of a better term, because I actually agree that therapy is just an artifact of society. We should get rid of that. But when I do get a client or person I have to help, I get to help. If they're a part of the system, be that the psychiatric system or the municipal system, usually what happens is that they have an oppositional relationship to their psychiatrist, psychologist, or their caseworker. And that's because I get some of the difficult cases. I get the ones that have those sort of interactions with the systems where everything goes wrong. So they're not being the good patient or the good citizen or the good whatever. I will call up that professional. And by now, they mostly know my name. So some of them will sigh deeply, at least if they're psychiatrists. But I'm not calling to criticize them. I'm not calling to fight them. I do that typically when I debate. When I debate, I fight. But when I call on behalf of a client, what I do is that I rehumanize. And then you ask, how do you do that? You rehumanize by telling the other person how much you like the person you're trying. So I try to get in as many positive stories. I try to get in, the level of empathy where, what is this person's been through? It's amazing she's still standing. And I try to, engage that other person, be it a psychiatrist, be it a municipal worker. I try to engage them in why they should care for this particular individual. You make the whole narrative around them come alive. Suddenly, it's not patient number blah blah. It's not, oh, this is my case number blah blah. They will from then and there on remember that name, and they will remember all the positive things that they've associated with this person. And the next time I talk to my client, and this goes without fail, they'll go, no, the work with my psychiatrist or whatever is much better now. Yes, I know it is. Because, and this is how I tie wonderfully into this whole endeavor, and while I'm so glad to be here, because now they see a person.
Yeah. A long time ago, and we tried to do this also. We have a thing that we played around with lots of ideas of what we call ourselves, and it's just so complicated because words change and they become very difficult and complex. But we used to call what we did community engagement a collaborative recovery model. And so with anybody that came in, let's just say someone that came in that was having like that had a social worker or a psychiatrist or I guess it kind of has like some of this sense of open dialogue, but really it was how do we all become a caring team? How do we come because people enter into this field to help. They want to help. There's not an enemy here. And so, I can remember my colleague, Harry Galishan, at one point in time, he would do these reflecting teams. And so he would have the clients on the stage, and then behind the curtain would be the social workers, the psychiatrists, the therapists, etc. The teams, the people that held these people accidentally in disbelief that and did not see them for the way that they saw themselves. And so in the way that he talked to them, the way it brought out that humanity. And then you would open up the curtain and have everybody talking together. And it was a team effort because everybody has a buy-in in this, right? And everybody wants to be helpful. And how do you somehow connect that to each other? Because, especially with social workers that are taking away people's children, that's a really, really tough job. I don't know how they do it. Is anybody happy to see them knocking on the door? No way. And so they have these very, very difficult positions. And so when they're part of the conversation, when they know that they matter too, that maybe they have to worry a little bit less because they have a clinician that understands what they want. Not only that they want it for what's going to be the best outcome, but it's going to be in line with what their system demands from them. And so many times I think we think about, I guess just, and always talking about this as humanizing ourselves for the other, it's in order not to leave out other, because we're all others here.
The thing you said, Susan, about, I know I'm not going to do more harm that has already been done. Well, that has to do with the sort of role I think what you're saying here. We're gathering a team to care for you. It might not be the exact care that you need, but we're trying to listen and trying to find a way to help you, which you would do if it were a friend or if it were family. So we're trying to engage you as part of our tribe. We're trying to say you matter to us, and we might make mistakes, but we do them in order to try to help you. That's our intention. And almost no professional wishes to do harm onto others. But when your official task is to bring down symptoms and your caseload is too big, that's when dehumanization kicks into high gear.
And if I could just add one thing, when your caseload is that high, that's why burnout happens too. There's such a high rate of it in this profession. And I think part of the burnout is dehumanizing the people who come to you for help, and it's not that it's done on purpose. It's just it's a symptom of the exhaustion, I think,
So, so Christina, you had talked before that you had met this client before, and I remember the last time that she was talking, and she had said that client person, that she had commented that her practitioners had them put cameras in their home and in their cars in order to be able to assess what was going on that they were doing wrong, and then have the parents try to correct that. And that often happens when we're so because we have so much responsibility that's given to us, and we become so desperate to help somebody. Yeah, I've always kind of seen that's why people go into a hospital is because the clinician's desperate, not because that's their first idea.
Could I just add something to what you said to that, Susan? Uh, there used to be a TV show on about dog training, and that was actually one of the methods that the trainers used was to like have people put cameras in their homes and see how the dogs were behaving and how the people were dealing with the dog's behavior. And it's really interesting because it adds to this conversation we're having about, dehumanizing people and who come to us for help. And that's, you would do that to an animal, but should we really be doing that to people?
Often thought that.
Yeah, I had a similar thought about that, connected to what Jonas said about how the system's making slaves, and Margaret, what you had said about how putting cameras out dehumanizes people. I think it's almost like there's no assumption of privacy, and that they don't even have any kind of right to privacy. Therefore, yeah, those kind of decisions can be made on someone's behalf, and that's so crazy because the only instance that where I think that people where systems put cameras out in society is if they're trying to provide evidence of crime. And that's already coming from a place of assuming malevolence in the person or assuming malintent. And that's so terrible for something that's posited to help people.
So I think in our programs here, and Ron, you might agree with me, but you know, I just attended a law and ethics a few months ago, and they were really big on talking about the countertransference and transference and keeping this distance from the client, this ability for us to hold up these boundaries that we do not get drawn into their story. And then they were talking about the high incidence of therapists in California having sex with their clients is due to that transference and countertransference. And so you had like 200 people then thinking that if they can pull back, right, from that kind of caring, that they're going to be more protected from the client. Is that something that you've heard as well all your life? And then I really would like to hear from Sally, and because we haven't had an opportunity to do that, but about this closeness and what are the rules? Because I think psychology, psychiatrists, I'm just thinking about this book chapter I wrote with some students, and young girl named Betty who was dying of not eating. And she had this example because she wrote this article with us. I think it was early 2000s. And she talked about that one of the multiple times that she had been hospitalized, that the psychiatrist didn't even come into her room because she looks afraid of her. And this was like a 15-year-old, having kind of this wisdom. But I think there's some type of message, especially in the States, that if we do things wrong, there's going to be all of these complications, and those wrongness are maybe things like caring too much about a client. I've had so many students across the years say that they were chastised by their supervisors for caring too much.
Can I respond to that? Were you asking me? I think I went from a transition when I was doing therapy to where I was not known for my background to being transparent with people that I saw. what I keep in mind as always a rule in that is I would never talk about anything about my experience if it didn't have some purpose in what the other person was feeling. That was one basic element of it for me. Um, as you were talking, I was thinking about, suppose I had the power to determine how prospective therapists would be trained. And it's so dependent on the person who goes into therapy and whether they learn certain things. The thing that I learned a while ago, I've been doing martial arts for about 50 years, and I feel like my original teacher was a Shaolin master whose father was a Shaolin master, and he taught me most things. And the one thing I remember really clearly is I wondered, he had three young children. I said, when do you get time to practice? And he, I could see in his eyes, like something came down and I had stepped over the line where I should. But he looked at me and he'd known me for a while and he knew I didn't mean that much. He said, I practice about 3 to 5 in the morning when nobody is around. And I remember the Dalai Lama talking about when he got up in the morning to do his own meditation without things. And I thought about that. And one of the questions I asked, I forget how I phrased it to my teacher, was he came back with the answer. He said, when you get really good at something, you don't, you forget it. And when the occasion arises where you have to use all this stuff you learned, if you learned it well, it becomes part of your body and your consciousness. So there's no formula for this. But I think now, in terms of what's important when I'm working with people, and I don't work with that many people now because I'm old and need a break. The idea of feeling like you have inside of you the intuition to use what you know to the best of your ability. And that's the strongest part. And how do you train somebody to be intuitive, to understand? I don't know. I think it's in the selection process more than the training that somebody comes in with that feeling of openness and wanting to develop that quality. So I'm still thinking about it. It's just in terms of countertransference and how you have to get close to the people you're trying to help. I work with people who have been in and out of the hospitals that have been psychotic, have felt there's not any hope. I got a call yesterday from somebody who asked me they were getting Invega injections, and I knew his mother, and he was in the mental hospital, and he was describing how that made him feel, and he wanted to know if he would ever get over it. And he described the symptoms to me of not caring, not feeling, um, and being cognitively much slower than he was. And I know what that feels like, and I can share that aspect and the aspect of getting better, recovering, living a life. And that's so important for people to know.
Yes, yes. That's why your book is so important.
Excuse me?
That's why your book is so important.
Yeah.
One, not the only reason, but one reason. Even the title, is wonderful. So Sally Ann, you've been sitting here for a bit of time, and I know there's a time difference where you are. So does this resonate with some of the things that 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 you think about, or could we get some of your reflections?
Yeah. Thank you all very much for sharing and being you and doing what you're doing. And it's great that there are people that have, yeah, I resonate with lots of your concerns. And the people that I work with are the people that have been my greatest teachers. And self-disclosure, to get into to be even eligible to be in the team in which I work, a person has to be subject to mental health control, read Mental Health Act, and generally is also on a long-acting injectable antipsychotic, which actually gives all the ghastly side effects that we all know about that happen. So that's the job I'm in with people that essentially by the time they get to me, no one else really wants to know. And the only thing that I can give, apart from believing in them and the gift of presence and time and meeting them where they are at, which means that I'm a guest in their space. So I don't know, I do lots of things, sitting down with my back to the wall on the pavement, chatting to people who are homeless or, hustling at the ATM machine. I will go to where they are at. And also being a crone helps because I can actually express my positive regard in physical ways that are much more difficult for men, particularly for parents. I'm this kind of psychiatrist that hugs, because sometimes just actually a hug and acknowledgement of the complexity and believing in people and resonating with the distress and the discomfort is really reassuring for people that they actually felt seen, connected with, or whatever. So my cunning plan is always about winkling, helping my colleagues also winkle their way into people's hearts with love and kai, food, and te ao Māori, often, and being a little bit helpful and working and being consistent and being happy to see people over a long period of time, because why would they ever trust the service by the time they get to us anyway? So they can have the experience of being appreciated as unique human beings, sparks of consciousness like the rest of us and yeah, the older I get, the more I realize that I don't know, and the more humble I am. But it's good to see people where they are at and be a guest and walk alongside them and work in a way that actually is always with respect to harm reduction and wanting to reduce medication. And as you know, when you're on medication for a long time, it's very difficult to get off because of the physiological withdrawal symptoms and supersensitivity reactions that can happen. So I don't like, yeah, I really love the way you talk about having just using common language, because even, I mean, I'm actually surprised that any of you guys use drug company names. I can't believe it. I refuse to call anything that's except by its generic name. It's this bloody chemical. And I've noticed in the UK and Americans will love to use drug companies. Now, I wouldn't give them any fuel at all. Just saying, team, just use the generic names of the chemical. Don't give drug companies the fuel, because the food industry and big pharma and the military, and they have a hell of a lot of political power. Yeah, and I'm also really, really strong on supporting a kind of a recovery model and a conversational style and open dialogue and satori houses and organic farms for people to go and, like, if we could move. And I actually think, Jonas, I actually think we do need to influence with integrity colleagues so that we can all walk towards each other. I actually think that the change will come not just from rebellion, but by influencing colleagues and walking our talk, actually. and influencing younger people, as the younger trainees as they come through, to actually want to be in a different relational space, which doesn't have a, is not it's not subject to labels pointing at the moon, like diagnoses, like just to actually talk about mental distress in extreme states and distressing beliefs or unusual beliefs, or using and being voice hearers, like not clinically not using the language that that dehumanizes, and also the importance of us taking really good care of ourselves to be able to be of service to others. If we don't actually walk our talk, yeah, that's all I wanted to say, and thank you so much.
Well, it wasn't all, because it was absolutely amazing. And, you know, I think that, I think, you know, I just want to be the best human that I can be with whoever I come into contact with. And so the reason why I haven't said things like, I think you need to have a theory, or I think you need to do this, or except when I was really, really young. Um, and I needed that certainty, like, like a training wheels, that it's very simple. Loving somebody is a simple act. The act of generosity is a simple act. And I just think, like, that we're taught not to do that. I think we get clinicians in school, and that are students, and it gets driven out of them. And it's a very sad situation. I just, Margaret, not to tell your story, and we don't have a long period of time, but Margaret decided not to do clinical work at all, because after she stopped training where we were at, she couldn't find anybody that could supervise her for the rest of her hours, and she couldn't do it. She couldn't bring herself. You want to talk about that just for a couple of minutes? And then the other thing is that I would like for us to all meet again. Like, I just think this is just so wonderful, not needing these quarterly meetings, but to have other events that we can all become a family. Um, but go ahead, Margaret.
Sure, yeah. I got into it because I honestly wanted to help people. I wanted to help repair marriages, help repair relationships between parents and children. And, just in general, I was a huge family advocate. And what I saw in this system, when I got a good glimpse of it in graduate school, was that it actually was a lot of times doing more harm than good. Like was mentioned before, you have social workers coming in to take children away from their families, and sometimes, that might be needed if the children are in severe danger. But most of the time, at least the way I was taught in California, was you needed to call Child Protective Services just on the suspicion that there might have been child abuse going on. And that completely would ruin the therapeutic relationship that you had going. And it would traumatize the family when you would, send a social worker in there at any given time of the day or night. And there were other things about it that I had qualms about, like sending children to psychiatrists to get put on medications, because I did have prior experience with that in my own life. My brother was put on several different types of medications, and I saw what that did to him. They attempted to put me on medications. I was diagnosed with ADD when I was 12. All because I simply got bored in school and lacked the maturity to make myself focus. And then I told my mother, finally, I said, I can't keep taking this Ritalin anymore, because It made me jittery. It made me anxious. It gave me palpitations. And I was old enough to speak for myself and come off of those medications and come up with other strategies for myself to do my homework and pay attention in class. My brother was not so lucky because he was only 5, and he didn't have the ability to advocate for himself. And I feel horrible to this day about it. Now he's okay now. He's off of all medications, and he's, living his life, but he kind of is estranged a little bit. I mean, I shouldn't say he's estranged, but he doesn't stay in contact regularly with my parents. He sees us on holidays, and I understand why. He was told that he had things wrong with him and that he was defective, basically, not by my parents directly, but by these doctors they took him to. So anyway, I realized that I didn't want to be an accessory to that happening to other families, and I couldn't stomach doing it. And so when I couldn't find anybody who practiced the way Susan did when I left California, I said, you know what, I can't do this. And so I ended up carving a different path. I found a family who needed my help, and I worked with them for several years very closely and intensively. And now they're like family to me, and I'm still in touch with them. The 2 boys I worked with are now 19 and 21, 18 and 21, and I'm still in regular contact with them. I just saw them this summer, and they're like my kids, So yeah, that's kind of my story in a nutshell. Thanks, Susan.
Well, but the thing was, is I just want to add to that, and then maybe Megan, you could say something as well. But these children were adopted from, I can't remember if it was from Russia or Ukraine, and
Russia, yeah.
their prognosis was that by the treatment team that the parents sought out is that they either should be return them, which I've seen many children return because treatment team says that kids need to be returned, as I'm sure you have, Chris, as well. And then, but also that they would need medication and all sorts of things. And because of that, you were able to develop a relationship with the mother and be able to share your ideas. And it didn't go that way.
Yeah, they're flourishing now. They're not on any medications, and they're doing great.
And that's the name of the game. So Megan, you can you share some of your reflections? We do have a little bit of time if you just want to take that time. We have more than this time. We shouldn't be shutting off unless I did something wrong, but on the Zoom. But yes, would you like to take a few minutes?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I'm joining from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples in what is now known as Vancouver. I am very grateful to be here. As Chris was mentioning earlier, he was my connection with Dr. Swim back in 2019. Yeah, and I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to be here with all of you, and to just really take in, the stories around personal experiences, and also, it's really inspiring to hear about the work that is happening and how each of you are kind of, applying ideas. And, I kind of think of it from like a social justice perspective, and, I can just hear the passion and the vulnerability. I guess what's kind of on my mind at this moment, I really appreciated what you were saying, Sally Ann, just around like ways that we can show up within relationships, like in that effort to help and to care and to connect. Because sometimes, when we think of the broader context within like the systems that we work, if we focus kind of too much on that, it can at times feel overwhelming, and you wonder, like, how can one person make a difference within that? And there are different avenues, like the work that each person is doing, I guess, within academic fields, within, sharing ideas through literature for other practitioners, and then also that level of like, how do we sit with people? And I work with children and youth in the mental health care system. And yeah, like, I think for me, bringing it back to what you were saying about, like our presence, our full presence, that sense of being generous with our time and showing up to be with that person, where they're at, believing in people, and the consistency and being happy to see people too. And how do we express that? Yeah, it was wonderful hearing Dr. Swim's voice again today. It's been, a little bit of time, but yeah, always, filled with this warm feeling of warmth and care and love for all of you. And yeah, grateful to be here on this Sunday today.
Me too, absolutely. I don't know if Joanna and Heidi and David, if you want to add anything like as well. We do have time for that. And it's interesting. I look at the faces, and I was looking down, and I'll look, there's also a screen on this side, and then I was like, oh, I didn't want you to think that we weren't inviting you guys as well. So yeah. So if anybody would like to add anything, I would welcome that. But I really would also very much want to repeat this, because for me it's been beautiful. Oh, also, before Carolyn left, she said, I like the word, hold on, dehumanizing. Well, that was her words. I think Jonas is gone by that time, right? So,
Susan, I'd just like to thank you for bringing this together. This was, it was really moving for me to hear the stories and meet everybody here. It's good sometimes just to know there are good people around in this chaos that we live within. Um, is Sally Ann? I don't see her. Sally Ann, do you know the hugging song? Have you ever heard the hugging song? I'll, Susan, can you, if I send it to you, can you send it out to everybody? It's a spoof on a person. It's part of a true story. We played it at a meeting. We had, I think, about 25 activists in 2000 work at the Highlander, which was the seat of where a lot of the civil service, I'm mixing up the words, but Rosa Parks got her training there, and somebody brought in this song, which was about somebody who worked at a hospital, and he was a hugger. He used to hug everybody, and it's a song about that. He eventually got fired for hugging people. I'll send you the link for it if you could send it out, especially to Sally. I'm so glad to hear about hugging.
no, but I don't know if you remember, Ron, if anybody else remembers, but there was a time that we hugged people, that we sat down next to them, that we might have held their hand, that teachers put children that were maybe rowdy on top of their laps and stroked their hair. There was so many times, and those times are absolutely not today, but I think that meaning is still there. How do we hug people in the ways that society kind of ebbs and flows, but we're still hugging, right?
People ask me for a hug in therapy at times, and I don't see anything wrong with granting that request.
Yeah.
And sometimes I will say, may I give you a hug? And
Yeah.
also the other thing is that hugging colleagues is also quite an extraordinarily good thing to do and raises energy levels. And yeah, so there are psychiatrists giving each other hugs all over the time when they meet each other. So it's a kind of a humanizing, you know, we are actually all on the same level. There is more that is the same about us than is different. It's really, really important to be that.
Sally, you're in New Zealand, right? That's where your home is, or I know you.
Yeah, I'm in Te Whanganui Atara, which is Wellington in New Zealand, in the Minnesota Community Outreach Team. But I'm in the UK at the moment on sabbatical, just absorbing psychosocial interventions for psychosis in particular, because the model in which I have been raised is seriously deficient, as we know. Yeah.
I want to put you in touch with an MD who's been through the system, Kathy Wield. She's in Great Britain. I don't know if there's a location, but she's just come out with her third book, I think, and it's a new one that disputes her first two books. It's an interesting story where she followed everything that was right in psychiatry, and she had terrible, terrible experience. Her next book, her last book, um, was hard to get published because the first two books were sold well. It's a weird story, but she's a lovely woman. She's been involved in our SAFE project. And I invite everybody who's here, if you have any interest in connecting in some ways, we're a volunteer organization and be glad to share information.
Thank you, Rob.
And then we didn't hear from David or Heidi. David, I know that you've been here before. We welcome you. I think I know where you're from, but I don't want to say the wrong place, so I'm not going to say it. But thank you for coming today. And Heidi, thank you for being with us as well. And so I guess this is the time that we all have to leave. So how are we going? Christina, do you want to connect us all together? I looked at you because you're so good at doing it. She's so good at connecting. I don't know if we can.
Sure. If anyone would like to stay in touch, yeah, to talk more about this, let me know. I'm in the Central European time zone, so I'm 9 hours ahead of Dr. Swim's time zone in Pacific Standard Time and 6 hours ahead of the East Coast in the US. So I guess if you'd like to get in touch for my initiative or just to continue to talk about this, you can put your email in the chat.
And then we can give you the emails, I think, of the people that came today. Is that I don't know if I don't. Thank you, Ashley, so much for coming. It's so wonderful seeing you. Ashley's in Germany right now, and
Oh, right, yeah.
love to be there with her. Oh, you guys need to connect too. So yeah, it just seems like we're just not very far from each other, but actually we are. We need to go on road trips, right? Road trips, like, oh, there you are, Ashley. And Ashley has a new position. She will be, right? Did you take a position in Germany?
Oh, that position is offered for the following spring. I'm excited. I'm gonna be an art teacher here in Germany, and I'm excited.
Wonderful. So happy to hear it. So happy to hear it. We're all gonna come stay with you.
Okay, I have a dorm.
Well, we're all a family, right? We'll sleep on the floor. So, so anyways, we'll figure that out and we will stay in touch. And my love to everybody. It was so wonderful seeing everybody here. And I hope to see everybody very soon. So take wonderful care.
Keep up the good work, and really glad to be involved in whatever level.
Yeah, right? Yes, yes, yes. I told Ron when I first met him, it was like meeting family. Thank
You
you.
know,
Thanks, Susan.
Big hugs, right?
yeah.
Big hug. Thank you. Okay, we'll talk soon then, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Nami.
So Margaret, you're the one who turned up. Chris, it's so good seeing you.
I had to leave to do my dialysis, then I came back.
I know you did. Well, I didn't know it, but I
Yeah.
suspected. I suspected. When I saw the ceiling, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So wonderful to see you. You look the picture of health. I just want you to know that. But I guess looks are deceiving, right?
Looks can be deceiving. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much and for bringing everyone together. That was wonderful.
Yeah, it was. I have tears in my eyes.
Take care.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Bye, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, my friends. We'll talk soon.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
everybody. I just need to figure out how to
Oh, wait a minute. I've got to become host again because it'll go to you. So let me just do this. So let me do that. How do I make myself host? Uh-oh. Let's see.
let me see. I don't know if you ever were you okay, let me see.
How do I do that?
I was the one who started the recording.
Okay, so let me just, I'm just gonna put, let me just see what this says. It says reclaim host. Reclaim host.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I was
Oh.
about to make you host as well, but yeah, okay, good.
See if
So
you-
I recorded it to the cloud.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to access that, right?
else that would have came to your computer.
Yes, good. Okay. So I did the right thing. Okay, good.
How's Bennett? Good?
Oh, he's fabulous. Yeah.
Send me pictures. We'll talk this week.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. I saw you in the chat. She was very active in the chat, Susan.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here and yeah.
You have our contact.
And David.
Let's reach out. I said they have our contact information.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Do I need to do anything now? Do I stop the recording? I guess I stopped the recording.
You can. Yes. A few people sent their email addresses. Do you want me to take those down?